dia secermin saja kiranya circle mengecil boleh mengganggu pergerakan mereka dan launcher diberikan sampai berjaya bagi pada Gotan. Itu kita lihat kali ini.
Sedikit lagi.
Berjaya menjatuhkan last minute itu. Adik wow. Gila PSP Goku berjaya
terus oleh pasukan Argon. Kebangkitan yang sangat bergaya ditunjukkan oleh pasukan Argon sekarang ini. 6 kill akan menunjukkan strategi tetapi kita lihat X2 dijatuhkan juga. Dan akhirnya mengenai 3 player full expert dan kita lihat bagaimana Barry menguasai kawasan di antara 4 pasukan Blacklist Cobra telah pun dijatuhkan. Kita lihat 3 Blacklist di depan kawan. Faskil Syah masih lagi bertahan. Cuba depan sekarang ini. Masih lagi di bawah. Sementara itu Hughes di belakang jabatan menyingkirkan Duizi Spade yang sebenarnya berjaya mendapatkan alih terakhir dan melepaskan Duizi terbaik ke-6. 5 skuad saja lagi tinggal sekarang ini.
Ya, Wheels dengan Bloody sekarang. Barai double break dilakukan oleh itu dah Nok berjaya dimeratakan Wheels. Berjaya meratakan pihak lawan Bloody sebentar tadi.
Triple kill. Shut down. Blockade kill. Blockade kill.
Dia secermin saja kiranya circle mengecil boleh mengganggu pergerakan mereka dan launcher diberikan sampai berjaya bagi pada Gotan. Itu kita lihat kali ini.
Sedikit lagi.
Berjaya menjatuhkan last minute itu. Adik wow. Gila PSP Goku berjaya
terus oleh pasukan Argon. Kebangkitan yang sangat bergaya ditunjukkan oleh pasukan Argon sekarang ini. 6 kill akan menunjukkan strategi tetapi kita lihat X2 dijatuhkan juga. Dan akhirnya mengenai 3 player full expert dan kita lihat bagaimana Barry menguasai kawasan di antara 4 pasukan Blacklist Cobra telah pun dijatuhkan. Kita lihat 3 Blacklist di depan kawan. Faskil Syah masih lagi bertahan. Cuba depan sekarang ini. Masih lagi di bawah. Sementara itu Hughes di belakang jabatan menyingkirkan Duizi Spade yang sebenarnya berjaya mendapatkan alih terakhir dan melepaskan Duizi terbaik ke-6. 5 skuad saja lagi tinggal sekarang ini.
Ya, Wheels dengan Bloody sekarang. Barai double break dilakukan oleh itu dah Nok berjaya dimeratakan Wheels. Berjaya meratakan pihak lawan Bloody sebentar tadi.
Triple kill. Shut down. Blockade kill. Blockade kill.
Dia secermin saja kiranya circle mengecil boleh mengganggu pergerakan mereka dan launcher diberikan sampai berjaya bagi pada Gotan. Itu kita lihat kali ini.
Sedikit lagi.
Berjaya menjatuhkan last minute itu. Adik wow. Gila PSP Goku berjaya
terus oleh pasukan Argon. Kebangkitan yang sangat bergaya ditunjukkan oleh pasukan Argon sekarang ini. 6 kill akan menunjukkan strategi, tetapi kita lihat X2 dijatuhkan juga. Dan akhirnya mengenai 3 player full expert. Dan kita lihat bagaimana Berari menguasai kawasan di antara 4 pasukan Blacklist Cobra telah pun dijatuhkan. Kita lihat 3 Blacklist di depan kawan. Fakir Syah masih lagi bertahan. Cuba depan sekarang ini. Masih lagi di bawah. Sementara itu Hughes sebagai jabatan menyingkirkan Duizi Spade yang sebenarnya berjaya mendapatkan alih terakhir dan melepaskan Duizi terbaik ke-6. 5 skuad saja lagi tinggal sekarang ini.
Ya, Wheels dan Bloody sekarang. Oh, barai double play tadi dilakukan oleh wah, itu dah knock berjaya dimeratakan Wheels. Berjaya meratakan pihak lawan Bloody sebentar tadi.
Triple kill. Shut down. Quadra kill. Quadra kill.
Dia secepil saja kiranya circle mengecil boleh mengganggu pergerakan mereka dan launcher diberikan dapat berjaya bagi pada Gotan. Itu kita lihat kali ini. Oh,
sedikit lagi.
Wow, berjaya menjatuhkan. Last minute tu. Ada ke wow. Gila buat Goku berjaya.
Terus oleh pasukan Argon. Kebangkitan yang sangat bergaya ditunjukkan oleh pasukan Argon sekarang ini. 6 kill akan menunjukkan strategi, tetapi kita lihat X2 dijatuhkan juga. Dan akhirnya mengenai 3 player full expert. Dan kita lihat bagaimana Berari menguasai kawasan di antara 4 pasukan Blacklist Cobra telah pun dijatuhkan. Kita lihat 3 Blacklist di depan kawan. Fakir Syah masih lagi bertahan. Cuba depan sekarang ini. Masih lagi di bawah. Sementara itu Hughes sebagai jabatan menyingkirkan Duizi Spade yang sebenarnya berjaya mendapatkan alih terakhir dan melepaskan Duizi terbaik ke-6. 5 skuad saja lagi tinggal sekarang ini.
Ya, Wheels dan Bloody sekarang. Oh, barai double play tadi dilakukan oleh wah, itu dah knock berjaya dimeratakan Wheels. Berjaya meratakan pihak lawan Bloody sebentar tadi.
Triple kill. Shut down. Quadra kill. Quadra kill.
Dia secepil saja kiranya circle mengecil boleh mengganggu pergerakan mereka dan launcher diberikan dapat berjaya bagi pada Gotan. Itu kita lihat kali ini. Oh,
sedikit lagi.
Wow, berjaya menjatuhkan. Last minute tu. Ada ke wow. Gila buat Goku berjaya.
Terus oleh pasukan Argon. Kebangkitan yang sangat bergaya ditunjukkan oleh pasukan Argon sekarang ini. 6 kill akan menunjukkan strategi, tetapi kita lihat X2 dijatuhkan juga. Dan akhirnya mengenai 3 player full expert. Dan kita lihat bagaimana Berari menguasai kawasan di antara 4 pasukan Blacklist Cobra telah pun dijatuhkan. Kita lihat 3 Blacklist di depan kawan. Fakir Syah masih lagi bertahan. Cuba depan sekarang ini. Satu lagi di bawah. Sementara itu Hughes di bahagian jabatan menyingkirkan Duizi Speed yang sebenarnya berjaya mendapatkan alih terakhir dan melepaskan Duizi terbaik ke-6. 5 skuad saja lagi yang tinggal sekarang ini.
Ya, Wheels kan Bloody Head sekarang. Oh, barai double play tadi dilakukan oleh wah, itu dah knock berjaya dimeratakan Wheels. Berjaya meratakan pihak lawan Bloody Head sebentar tadi.
Triple kill. Shut down. Quadruple kill. Quadruple kill.
Dia secepil saja kiranya circle mengecil boleh mengganggu pergerakan mereka dan launcher diberikan sampai berjaya mereka pada Gotan. Itu kita lihat kali ini. Oh,
sedikit lagi.
Wow, berjaya menjatuhkan last minute itu. Ada wow. Wow. Gila PSP Goku berjaya berjaya.
Terus oleh pasukan Argon, kebangkitan yang sangat bergaya ditunjukkan oleh pasukan Argon sekarang ini. 6 kill akan menunjukkan strategi tetapi kita lihat X2 dijatuhkan juga. Dan akhirnya mengenai 3 player full expert dan kita lihat bagaimana Ferrari menguasai kawasan di antara 4 pasukan Blacklist Cobra telah pun dijatuhkan. Kita lihat 3 Blacklist di depan kawan. Fakir Syah masih lagi bertahan. Cuba depan sekarang ini. Satu lagi di bawah. Sementara itu Hughes di bahagian jabatan menyingkirkan Duizi Speed yang sebenarnya berjaya mendapatkan alih terakhir dan melepaskan Duizi terbaik ke-6. 5 skuad saja lagi yang tinggal sekarang ini.
Ya, Wheels kan Bloody Head sekarang. Oh, barai double play tadi dilakukan oleh wah, itu dah knock berjaya dimeratakan Wheels. Berjaya meratakan pihak lawan Bloody Head sebentar tadi.
Triple kill. Shut down. Quadruple kill. Quadruple kill.
Dia secepil saja kiranya circle mengecil boleh mengganggu pergerakan mereka dan launcher diberikan sampai berjaya mereka pada Gotan. Itu kita lihat kali ini. Oh,
sedikit lagi.
Wow, berjaya menjatuhkan last minute itu. Ada wow. Gila PSP Goku berjaya berjaya.
Terus oleh pasukan Argon, kebangkitan yang sangat bergaya ditunjukkan oleh pasukan Argon sekarang ini. 6 kill akan menunjukkan strategi tetapi kita lihat X2 dijatuhkan juga. Dan akhirnya mengenai 3 player full expert dan kita lihat bagaimana Ferrari menguasai kawasan di antara 4 pasukan Blacklist Cobra telah pun dijatuhkan. Kita lihat 3 Blacklist di depan kawan. Fakir Syah masih lagi bertahan. Cuba depan sekarang ini. Satu lagi di bawah. Sementara itu Hughes di bahagian jabatan menyingkirkan Duizi Speed yang sebenarnya berjaya mendapatkan alih terakhir dan melepaskan Duizi terbaik ke-6. 5 skuad saja lagi yang tinggal sekarang ini.
Ya, Wheels kan Bloody Head sekarang. Oh, barai double play tadi dilakukan oleh wah, itu dah knock berjaya dimeratakan Wheels. Berjaya meratakan pihak lawan Bloody Head sebentar tadi.
morning, everyone, and welcome back to the MCP Majors Season 2. We are in week 2 of all the Free Fire action here online. That's right, we are not, well, we literally cannot be in contact because quarantine, but that's a good thing. We're all safe, we're all home, and Hauler is going to be joining me today. How you doing, buddy?
I'm good. I'm still trying to stay safe, trying to be at home. Obviously, social distancing is in action, so we're just trying to keep our distance from everybody else. But, we're having a good time here. We're going to be having MCP. This is going to be day 3. Happy birthday, Free Fire. You're now 4 years old, and we're into day 3. And I'm looking forward to this. There's a lot of action that we saw in the last weekend, so I expect nothing but the best, at least, coming into this one as well.
Yeah, and of course we do have a couple of changes this week. We have our map rotation for today. For people that don't know, we're going to be saying goodbye to Bermuda, the vanilla, the map that everyone loves and dies for. But we do get some exciting maps in return. We're going to be having Kalahari again. Yes, I love Kalahari. And of course, Purgatory, fine. You can kind of have your
but you can't go away from Purgatory, right? Purgatory is one of the better ones. I like it. I'm a big fan of it. So I know that there, some of the other casters here are gonna just, they speak nothing but highly about Kalahari, Calamari, or whatever you want to call it. But I think Purgatory is where the action is at.
So I take it that you like swimming.
Yeah, I do. I'm a natural swimmer myself. I mean, even in the games, although to be honest, it gets a little clunky when you're getting shot from while you're swimming and the guys are shooting at you. That's not really fair, but it's part of the game and it does change up the dynamics a little bit. So I do appreciate that.
All right, so we're going to be taking a look at the prize pool for people that haven't tuned into last week's broadcast. This is going to be the prize pool distribution for the league stage. Now, just in case you guys do not remember, we have 2 stages for the season. So we have the league stage where all the teams are segregated into one of 3 groups. They'll be playing each other, and then they'll be playing for a placement. Now, the second stage is only going to apply to the top 12 teams. Now, if you don't make it to top 12, then your run is basically going to end here. Whereas the top 12 teams, they'll be playing in the final stage for an additional prize pool. But for now, we're going to focus on the league stage because we are focusing not only on placements, but teams are also going to be wanting to try and get as much money as possible. So some people would say like, oh, why shouldn't you just play for top 12? Well, the higher you are, the more money you get. So, of course, first place is going to be on the top of everyone's bucket list. Paula, I know if you're playing, you'd be wanting that $2,000, yeah?
I would be wanting that $2,000, but I would probably want to be going into the grand finals. That's like the most important thing. So getting into the top 12, at least for me, it's all about survival, right? Making sure that you're in the top 12 so that you have the potential to win in this one, which is going to be the prize pool for the final stage. It's 15,000 USD. Let me repeat that, 15,000 USD, right? That's where you want to be. Yeah, 2,000 is great and everything, and yeah, you might be regular season winners, but at the end of the day, you want to make sure that you're playing in the big dance because that's the money that you want to go for. You got to make sure that you're in the top 3 at this one and then just going to the final stage because that's where all the money is at.
Exactly. So good luck, well played to all of our teams. We already had 2 days of action. The teams have already been competing, and we've also caught a glimpse of what teams we're supposed to be looking out for, what teams are lagging behind, because I know we had some expectations set, right? Because some teams were coming in from last season. We saw that certain teams are strong last season. And then coming into this season, I think we've had a couple of surprises, right? Some of the teams that we thought would be strong are not quite there yet.
Yeah, and this is going to be like a whole learning process, right? I mean, you're going up against a lot of these teams. You're going to get like, you're going to see these guys regularly, right? So in terms of habits and what they're going to do, hopefully you're looking to counter that and you're looking to grow as a team. I mean, there's 18 different teams that are coming out. This is going to be the point system that's going to be in place. Of course, first place is going to give you 12 points for that ultimate elusive booyah that you want to get. And notice that at 11th or 12th, if you get eliminated early, you're getting 0 points, at least for the placement. Now, that said, if you're getting some kills, that will get you a single point for each kill that you get.
Yeah, and even last week we saw how big of a influence the kill points had, right? We had some teams where even though they secured the booyah, the kill points was actually what managed to get the second place team up to first place. So yes, booyah is important, but I think some people could even argue that kills might even be more important.
Definitely. Kills are definitely the highest on the list. And if you're looking at, the top teams, I think it's going to be very consistent in terms of where they're placed versus the kills that they have. I think it's all about consistency. Making sure that you do get those kills will ultimately score you a higher place. So you need to continue doing that. This is a shooting game. It is not a passive or diplomatic game. And so you need those kills.
Could you imagine everyone just like gets by with diplomacy, right? Like everyone's just bartering for their life somehow. It's like, okay, I will give you this pistol if you let us go for free. I'm kidding. Let's not. This game is called Free Fire. Okay, we gotta fire something. Okay, I'm gonna fire those guns.
Yeah.
Anyways. Here's the schedule for today, folks. Now, we did talk about this a little bit earlier, but if you weren't there, we're going to be playing Kalahari first for all of our groups, followed by Purgatory, and this is going to be the 2 maps we'll be working with today. And then tomorrow, one of these maps are going to be rotated out in favor of Bermuda. But I'm really looking forward to today. I love Kalahari. It just changes the whole way that people play Free Fire, because out of the 3 maps available right now, I feel like Kalahari gives us the most refreshing games, because Purgatory and Bermuda are really, really similar.
Mm-hmm. I do agree with you. I do agree. I feel like Kalahari, you do have those, you have those options. There's elevation more at play. There's a lot to that map. It's very different from the other one. For me, I'm a classicist in the sense that, like, I like the traditional maps. I like, Bermuda. I like Purgatory. Those are the maps that I like to go, just because I like the streamlined version of the game, so to speak. But I think that it's just a little bit easier for me to play with. But if we're looking at the qualified teams, these are the different groups. We saw all of them play very well in terms of just, trying to shine. But we did end up agreeing that Group A was actually going to be the weakest one. And
yes,
they've kind of stuck with that. Your thoughts on that one?
I mean, even till now, I have to agree, right? I don't think any team in Group A has managed to secure a booyah last week either. So if a team is unable to secure a booyah for that group in their matches, that's already a big warning sign that the other 2 groups have vastly stronger teams. And I think originally I said Group C was the group of death, but even Group B during day 2, yes, day 1 Group B did seem a little bit weaker, but then I don't know how they did it. They just massively stepped up on that second day. So I can't even tell whether or not it's Group C or Group B that's the monster group.
Well, if we're looking at the overall standings, you'll see that Supreme Assault Force and PXG Radicals are 1 and 2 in the standings. So clearly Group B, the strongest one. And I think it comes back to the play of Group C of Blacklist International. We spoke highly of. They had a great day 1, but they faltered in day 2. They have a terrible, terrible day in the sense that they actually dropped 4 places from that day 1 stand. So if we're looking at the standings here, again, look. Top, 3 of those teams at the top 4 are from the Philippines, right? I think they're proving time and time again that, hey, these are the teams that you need to watch out for. They're doing something right. I don't know if it's the food or whatever it is, but they're doing something very, very well. 4X-Men Expert, of course, they're being in the runnings. They're trying to put things into place. They've done well, as, going through as well. But if we're looking at points, day 2, right? Supreme Assault Forces, they had 55 points. PXG Radicals made the largest jump with 57 points. 4X-Men Expert, they have 52 points. Woos on the back of Ambalord, whatever you want to call this guy, he was just tearing it up, and they got 54 points, and they ended up in top 4 because of that. So all of these teams are on the rise. Somebody needs to shut these guys down.
Yes, who's going to shut them down though? That's the big question. I'm not sure if it's going to be Group A, because so far Group A, they've been lagging behind, but maybe this is going to be Group A's week, right? Because last week on Saturday, it was the reign of Group C. Sunday, I have to say that was the reign of Group B. So is it Group A's turn to finally pick it up a notch? I'm going to have to wait until the teams actually jump into their games for today. But until then, I'm going to have to ask you, who do you feel has kind of let you down from the first 2 days? Who did you think was going to do well, but they haven't quite met those expectations?
I think the easiest one is Blacklist International, right? In Free Fire and these league play, you want to be consistent. And I think that they were top 3 in day 1, and then all of a sudden now I believe that they're what? They're 6th place now. They dropped, quite a bit. And this is one of those things where they had a terrible, terrible day. I don't know what it was. They need to just pick it back up. And I think that that's a team that really needs to look internally, figure out what's wrong, and as they move forward in this league.
Fair enough. I think I probably have to put my money on Freedom Rumble, right? Because we saw Freedom Rumble play some fantastic games last week, but the team really struggles to actually get past that early game. So you see the team grabbing all these kills during the early game, but then somehow during the mid game, they just get shut down. So it makes you wonder, like, is this just a case of Freedom Rumble being too aggressive? Like, does the team need to rein it back a little bit before they apply the gas? Maybe they're pushing the pedal a bit too early.
They might be, but it's weird because they've only got 29 kills. Almighty has 39, and they're actually behind them. So if we're looking at this, these are the teams to watch. We've talked about this. Supreme Assault Forces, clear number one, completely dominating 2 days already. But PXG really turning it up. I think they have, 3 booyahs to their name. This is a team that you need to be looking out for, especially late game. And of course, we talked about 4X Men Expert. These guys are the team to beat. You need to be careful about these Malaysians because they seem to know how to turn it up when they need to. They're very good teams right here.
Absolutely. Although I think 4X Men, they did sort of falter a little bit towards the end of day 2, right? We saw them just being an incredibly strong team, and then all of a sudden it seemed like they ran out of gas. I'm not sure if it was a case of the team being tired or maybe they were trying some different strats, because we do need to remember that we're still very early in the season, and some teams see this as an opportunity to experiment. Right? They want to try different strats to see if it might work later on. Maybe they're going to keep their signature play styles. I mean, there's a lot of mind games that we aren't aware of because obviously the teams are trying to hide it, right? These pocket strats are going to be so useful if they can make it to the playoffs. But there's going to be a case where maybe some team's going to have to pull out the pocket strats early to even make it to top 12.
Yeah, that's true. And but the regular season is a long road ahead, right? So I think that there's a lot of time that they can do. For me, it's I'm worried about the top teams because I feel like, oh, we're fine. We don't need to worry about it. We can take the foot off the gas and we can just play things easier. I think that's a terrible way to do it. I think that you need to consistently push it. Just make sure that everybody respects you and they don't want to get, in a firefight with you and they fear you as a team.
Yeah, it's probably the safest path as well, right? Because in the case that, especially when the groups get shuffled midway through the season, if you decide to get lazy during week 3 and you miss out on a couple of points that's going to actually help push you up the leaderboard, you might regret it. And we saw it last season, right? Like some teams, they got a little complacent towards the middle of the season, and then they got punished heavily after the group shuffle. So
so you got to be careful about being punished, but in the same time, there's going to be rewards like this one. This is a giveaway that we're going to have throughout the stream. It's going to be available. We're going to be flashing codes. It's going to be Valentine's AKA box that you've seen on the screen right now, but we're going to have a code that's going to be on. It's going to be I'm not going to spoil when it's going to happen, but you do need to be a little eagle-eyed in terms of just making sure that you do get that code. Make sure you do save it, pass it to your squad mates, whatever you need to do. It's not a first come first serve, but it does expire at the end of the stream. So you need to make sure that you do redeem it during the stream. So please do stay tuned and make sure that you do find that code.
Yeah, just a warning, guys. As soon as the stream goes down, that code is gone. Zip. Missing. So make sure you claim it. It's free stuff. It's from us to you. I think that was a horrible wink. I regret now. All right, so I do believe the players are getting into the lobby, so we should be starting very, very soon. Again, we're going to be jumping into Kalahari for our first map. It's going to be Groups A versus B. Now, some people are going to be thinking, it's Group A, it's the weak group, and that could be the case, but we might be in for a bit of a surprise. It is week 2. The teams have had a whole week to prep. What are we going to be seeing?
Well, I'm looking forward to it. We're going to go into Match 1 coming up. We're going to pass it to the casters, Neptune and Husky. Please take it away.
Oh, thank you very much, Danielle and Holler. What a great morning, what a great weekend, and what a great opportunity to be back for MCP. Of course, I'm Husky, and I'm joined literally by the guy who is part of the bigger universe, Neptune. My friend, how are you feeling today?
I'm doing great. Really excited to see what's going to unfold right now because there's a lot of surprises that happened last week, and I think there's more that will be happening this week, especially for this day 1 of week 2.
Yeah, and I think our hosts, they have started a lot of discussions, and I think they've also caught up to the eternal debate when it comes to Free Fire, which is more important, the kills or the placement points, right? Which comes first, the chicken or the egg? Which map is better, Kalahari or Purgatory? And I'm here to make that judgment call, and I think everything else is important. It's very anticlimactic, but no, we will make it clear as the matches go by. Although I would say that this MCP, this major, has brought us a lot of surprises in the first 2 days. There's a lot of storylines that we can bring forward from 6 months ago. But right now is where we are looking at Group A, which has been agreed by both our hosts to be probably the weaker groups. So hopefully today is going to be their day to shine.
Yeah, I mean, it is their chance. And what was mentioned earlier, they might still be checking out their strats on what's working and what's not. And we mentioned about the kills and the placement as well. And I was just looking at the analytics that we have right now, and those on the top are really balancing it out on those placement and kill. But right now, heading over to Kalahari, take it away, Husky.
Yes, my favorite map. So I am siding with Danley on this one. I prefer Kalahari. No hate to Purgatory. I think Purgatory is a great map. I'm a guy who fluctuates a lot. Sometimes I prefer the classic, sometimes I prefer the unorthodox. But when it comes to Kalahari, it has a special place in my soul, in my body, in my mind, just because of how dynamic this map is. We're looking at a lot of open areas, we're looking at a lot of elevation, and at least for the Malaysian League, for FFMC, 1 or 2 months ago, Blacklist International was one of the teams that you have to be careful of when you come down, when you drop onto this map. They're not going to be playing first, at least for the first 2 games. But either way, when you get control of high ground, this map becomes your playground. And we are here to see if these teams have mastered the art of that just yet.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, the height and the elevation and their positions would be critical at this point, especially on this map. But here we go. We have a battle going on. We have ITX right now taking down Argon, and I think this is a feud that has been happening on this area of the maze from the previous week. So we'll just have to find out who will be surviving at this point. But there you go. We have 2 members already being eliminated at this point by ITX, and they are still going in. And Argon right now might be in trouble. MIY is going in far away, trying to avoid the gunshots, and not quite sure if they'll be able to survive.
Yeah, this is definitely a good start for ITX, and seems like the Group A Slaughterfest is still going on. You know, they are in the same groups, but the group is just a label. When you come down to a league, when it comes down to a game like Free Fire, it's all about survival of the fittest, and these kind of hot drops can really hurt your chances if you're the one on the receiving end of those bullets. But it is still the start of the league. These teams are still trying to figure out where their opponents like to land, and ITX, they just got the better end of that trade, and I think they just got a 3rd knockdown onto Argon MY, and this should be another secured kill. They are going to be happy with this. 3 points to start off the round.
Yeah, I mean, and no exchange. They're still 4-man strong, and ITX right now is really moving strong onto this fight. Early on into the engagement, taking 3 kills, that would be a great start for this show.
And one of the storylines leading into this MCP is definitely the story of Bloody Hits, because the last season that they were part of this major, they were almost dead last. You know, they were kind of more the team that people take very lightly just because of how poorly they perform. But towards the end of the season, we saw Bloody Hits kind of step up. Obviously, there was a bit of a roster shuffle, but the core essence of the team is still around. So I'm looking forward to see how they perform. But ITX, they're going to meet their second adversary. This time it's going to be Enigmax, one of the newer teams, newer kids on the block from the Malaysian qualifiers. Soldier is going to be the new guy, and the new guy will get a kill for himself. And in fact, Enigmax, they are kind of clapping back, and they're clapping back hard. ITX not giving up just yet. They've already found 3. Black is the last man alive, and he does have that decent weapon to work with, the Tommy gun. But is it enough though? Down to 23 HP, not much players to work with. He's still clutching it out. 2 HP left, and he's gonna go down. Enigmax becomes the first victim to be eliminated, and ITX, they only had to trade 1 for it.
Yeah, I mean, good exchange. Still, ITX is doing well. They just ended the battle earlier against 3 members of a different team, that is Argon, and then this time they were pushed by Enigmax in there and was able to dominate. ITX right now is a team that is really shining at this point, and probably it's the map wherein they are fighting right now, or probably it's because they have it figured out. They had a whole week to check their strats and which is working, which is not.
And I'm slightly surprised, you know, that ITX, they hover around for an extended period of time. Normally, you would want to start moving depending on where the circle is. I'm guessing for ITX that was not really their concern, at least at that point of time, since they did get a little bit of a territorial control after taking now 3 members from Argon. But the fact is, they finished one fight, like you mentioned. They took on another separate squad and they got a wipeout. That's 7 points to start off the round, and you could not have asked for any better beginning, especially when it's kind of the first day of the week.
Yeah. I mean, looking at the how Enigmax approach that push, do you think there's a different way of putting it? Because they are in there who are like they're in there who can take the surprise, but they were taken out easily. And with that last member, the Black, if it wasn't for him, they might have been gone early into that match.
Yeah, it definitely could have been that case. And I feel like when it comes down to situations just like in the push, it all comes down to the gunfire. Speaking about that, Bloody Head Mark wants to make an entrance, but this is not going to be easy. You know, they're taking on Zeph Squad, another new team that is making the debut in this MCP. And this time, instead of a bloodbath, we're seeing both teams playing it, approaching this from a safer route where they realize that, you know, there's no point to go for a push. Zeph is gonna go about their day. Bloody Head Mark, I believe he was the only guy in this vicinity, so he just says hi and he just backs off. Freedom Rumble is nearby though, and knowing Freedom Rumble, they are a team who does not back down from any fights. Even if they're unprovoked, they will be the first one to pull the trigger.
Yeah, probably is the reason why Seth Squad backed off a little bit because they are hearing a few teams or a few members, and they didn't know that it's from a different team. They just know that there's a lot in there, or they might have seen there's a lot going in on that area where they were attempting for a push. But Seth Squad did the wisest thing, backed off a little bit, and assessed the situation. Probably get more information at this point.
And here's the hoping that Zeph Squad, you know, invested enough time to look at what Freedom Rumble is capable of during the Malaysian League, because these guys have a lot of talent within them. They were considered one of the more aggressive team. They are really good with the utility usage, especially when you look at the guy, when you look at Drax and Alpam on FRU, they are the superstars. So you keep them alive, you will always have a chance. AKO, another team that has been around for a while, especially AKO Legends. If you have watched the previous MCP, they are from the team called Legend Rumble. And that time when Legend Rumble was around alongside Freedom Rumble, Legend Rumble was kind of the sibling that was ignored by everyone else. They didn't have the best of performance. They missed out on the on FFMC, but now seeing them back in the major under the banner of AKO Legend is definitely a breath of fresh air. You know, they deserve a second chance.
Yeah, I mean, if they are doing good, they might not have the spotlight in there, and if they're doing good, this will be the chance for them. AKO on AKO right now, or from the previous days that they were battling, they might have struggled a little bit. And Kalahari, looking at the data that I have right now, it's not really their strong point, but hopefully they'll be able to turn it around. They have Seth Squad right now, and there you go, Seth Squad will be taken down.
It started from 2 nades thrown in by Orin. And of course, again, Freedom Rumble, they are no strangers to fights. They love to fight. I mean, in fact, I think that they might need to hire a therapist because these guys love to fight too much. In a good way though, when it comes to a game like Free Fire, you want to get those points. And Freedom Rumble is a team that always starts on the right foot. And the only struggle that they are facing right now is whether they can keep that consistency. That has been a demon that they have been spending months to overcome, but haven't yet found the remedy. But looking at how they approach that fight against Zeph Squad, I definitely feel more confident going into the later stages of the game with FRU. In fact, after taking out Zeph Squad, not only have they taken control of their compound, but any teams nearby will have to start showing respect to them.
Yeah, I mean, Set Squad, for my instance, Set Squad, I'm expecting that they might not be able to survive there because well, looking at the statistics, Kalahari is not really their map. They're running in there at 1.5 kill average, and they are in there like doing it low. But ITX right now, despite of losing one member, they're still in there going in for the fight, and they were able to go and chase and that final member of Argon. And yeah, that's clear to empty the house of Argon for this game. ITX is doing a great job.
And this is definitely looking pretty well for ITX. Same as Freedom Rumble, the kill feed is filling up with their names. And we'll see if this is gonna carry out towards the very end of this game at least. Because Freedom Rumble, they are not done yet. And in fact, it seems like Trouble has found its way to their home turf. It's gonna be Bloody Hit. This is kind of a re-debut, a word that I just made up. But we see Bloody Hit with this kind of a fresh roster. Will they take on FRE with more stride? But at least we know that ITX is doing just that. AKO Legend not doing too well. They have those glue walls, but they will still lose Taken. Now is going to be following suit. AKO have no business challenging ITX. And in fact, ITX with that boost of confidence, they're going to start chasing AKO down.
Yeah, I mean, ITX really in fire right now, already with 10 kills under their name, and they are still battling it against AKO and not backing off, despite of the danger and the circle in there closing in. Trix right now is going for the push, but no, will be taken down in there from behind, and we have another team going in for the backup and the pickup right now, clearing it off. Still a 3-man strong for ITX.
11 points, and we still have 32 players alive. Minus the 3 from ITX, that's 29 more points available on the map. And it's crazy to think that ITX got 11 points just because they survived the secondary push just now from Enigmax. Even though Black played the best that he could, the fact that he didn't clean up enough bodies allow ITX to quickly recover. They are 1 man down, but it is still a lot for some teams to go through, right? Because when you get the drop onto someone, you instantly just equalize the playing field. And I do like how ITX is approaching this. When you get that momentum going, you want to constantly ride on that train. And so far, it has been working out pretty well.
And well, hopefully it doesn't go too far wherein they are too confident to go in unexpected pushes, unexpected engagement, or in they might be too confident because of the momentum that they have. But it's great how they did it. Normally on the first engagement that happened earlier against Argon, wherein they just finished and then Enigmax just came back in. At some point you might be questioning, are we going in and eliminating the squad, or will this be the end of us? But no, ITX is good, doing so well in there. And another team who we like to see pop off, because we mentioned about those teams who are on those at the bottom. Like we want them to pop off, is Umbrella right now. They need to go in and pop off at this point because they need to take those placements. They are trying to go in against several teams at this area of the command post, just on the side of the circle, and they're not really taking down a lot of members in here.
He's taking it slow and steady, but ITX, they're not going to wait. They're not a patient team, and in fact, they just break down the walls built by Umbrella Reborn, and they take out the entire squad. 15 points is the number for ITX. They did get Trix back up, but he might go down to the blue zone. He's tanking Trix with the inhaler, and in fact, he makes it to safety. Well, not really. He still gets knocked down. Maybe they can still bring him back up. They're really trying, but this blue zone is starting to hurt. I believe this is phase number 4. So ITX, they will have to make do with the losses. But at this point, they've already garnered more than enough points to compensate for not having a booyah. 15 points is a lot. So even if they go out right now, they still are in a pretty decent spot. But we haven't seen a couple teams yet, Supreme Assault Force, one of the teams that just showed up on the kill feed. They're hiding in a compound and they're taking on PXG. Insanity will be the first one to go down. They are in the open. This is slightly less beneficial to PXG, but McGrory tries to go for the push, and he's going to get punished.
And this is the top 2 teams that are fighting right now, SAF and PXG right now. And, well, PXG is really a good dynamic team. They tried to go in, well, earlier part of this league. They tried to go in passive, but at some point they lost their strats in there, and they need to catch up going into the unorthodox gameplay that they are used to, and they're still doing great at this point. Staff right now very consistent on placing top and balancing it off in a passive and aggressive part, but will they be able to make it and be consistent at this point? Because PXG Radicals wants to take the lead from them.
And I recognize one of the few names in PXG, Ray Meow, previously from VPH Velocity, a rising star during the first major, but I think he's definitely proving his worth. He is still knocked though, as AKO Legends, they are going to be the next team to follow up. PXG losing Barbar as well, and it's all courtesy of Freedom Rumble, who have just entered the party, and they are known to be party crashers. So PXG, they're not going to surround themselves with those blue walls, they will get those revival up, but they know that they are in for a fight. This is not going to be as easy as they wanted to be. XBR1 in a very awkward position. He's going to lose his teammate. His bike goes up in flames. He has the time turner, but they're going to try to break that shield down. Barbar down, going down for the second time as PXG gets ready for this eventual push, but they're getting third party by SAF, their eternal rival in the first place. Tanamo is the last man standing, and he's trying to stay alive, but Damon will make sure that he is going to take him down as well. PXG Radicals out in 4th place.
And that's the comeback of Saf in there against PXG. They tried to go in against a different team but lost their position of their information on Saf right now. We're left with 3 teams right here. 2 members from Saf and Freedom Rumble right now. Ooh, losing 1. We are now left to 2 teams. Saf right now and Bloody Heads. And Bloody Heads will still be in here trying to survive against the top teams. Now, is this the chance for them to rise up onto this battle, or will Saf still dominate? But there you go. We have SAF in there taking the first booyah of the day.
When consistency is always the key, just like our friend AJ likes to say, and I think SAF proved that with this game 1. They definitely did not have the highest amount of kills. That one goes over to Tactical Intex, but end of the day, they were able to survive until the very end. They kind of damaged PSG Radicals ever so slightly, and they were able to kind of get this first booyah. Definitely not the most glorious victory of all if we just look at the numbers, but SAF from the previous major have also been a team that struggled a lot throughout the entire season. I believe when it came down to the final week of the league stage, we looked at SAF and we kept trying to see if they can break into the top 12, which they were not able to do that. So seeing them get the booyah this time to kick off this Saturday is definitely a breath of fresh air.
Yeah, I mean, what I'm thinking in there is SAF, since they are seeing ITX in there taking a lot of kills, they just need to take like their momentum on the placement. That's how teams balance it off. If you can't get both kills and placement, at least take one and then move on to the next matches and get a few more.
Yeah, that definitely can be the storyline for the rest of the day. But before that, we're going to invite both Daniely and Holler back. I'm pretty sure they have a lot to say about how Game 1 went on. Hello guys, welcome back.
Hello, it's good to be back, and it's great to be here. And of course, we just saw an amazing game with that one. I think the biggest surprise was Tactical Intex with 15 kills. I think I lost track after a while, but I mean, this is crazy considering the fact that they had 22 kills in 2 days of play already, and the fact that you have 15 kills in one game. These guys were really fired up. And so, I mean, what did you think? Aside from Tactical Index, any other team really stick out to you guys? Husky?
I think Freedom Rumble, other than Tactical Intex, SAF, they got the booyah for sure, but I think Freedom Rumble also showed us their true identity. They have been known since the last MCP for being a very aggressive team. They came into the last MCP as kind of the meme dream team, there were a lot of funny moments. When FFMC rolled around, they really stepped up, and seeing them in this current major and having this kind of performance, I'm pretty content.
Okay, and what about you, Neptune? Was it SAF just kind of giving up a warm-up game, or was it like, hey, we're just looking to survive? What was SAF doing in that game?
Yeah, I mean, SAF is backing off a little bit. Probably it's because of the map. This really is not their best map because they're more of a Bermuda or Purgatory. So Kalahari, I think they're just gauging the water right now, wherein they just want to find out what they can do. And they were left off in their final stage, final length of the match, wherein they were able to pop off, but with not that much kill.
Yeah, I don't think this is atypical of SAF, right? Because we saw last week in the SAF matches, the team definitely focuses more on the late game. We don't see them really putting the foot down during the early game, unless they maybe just casually end up in the same location as another team, right? Then we start to see SAF look for kills, but they don't actively hunt around like ITX did in this game. Looking at the scores, I think ITX easily would get at least second place. I'm not sure if they would be able to take first. I think SAF may just be ahead because I think SAF finished with 5 kills plus the booyah, so that'll be 17 points. Yeah? Anyways, let's take a look at highlights.
I think for ITX in general, this is one of the moments, right? They got the early kills, and when they were challenged by Enigmax, it was Enigmax's chance to really eliminate the entirety of ITX. But when it comes out to gunfights, ITX just showed a bit more prowess in the situation. The navigation around the glue wall at the very tail end of this engagement was pure brilliance from ITX. Black had a good chance, but he had to carry the entire weight of the team, and I think that really allowed ITX to push on with that momentum.
So ITX there, I mean, yeah, they had a great run and they kind of turned that one around, but they found Enigmax right off the bat in that terms of the drop. Enigmax unfortunately have been last place going into this one, so were they kind of frothing in the mouth, being just so happy, be like, oh, free food? No? Neptune, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, I did mention earlier that was a point wherein they might have been, I might have been struggling to get another team against me after that fight. But I think it's Enigmax went in a little bit too late on that fight. If they heard or stopped hearing the gunshots in there at that point, Enigmax might have just pushed and thinking that ITX is recovering from the previous engagement, and that might have their chance for the takeover.
Right, so just seeing the final moments of this series, but I really want to look at the leaderboard. Oh, we just saw it. They got first place. Tactical Index.
Ooh!
Wow. I had a feeling that they might be able to get first place, but I thought Supreme Assault Forces might have just had enough, but no. And I mean, we said it early on, right? We said it. Kills matter, especially if you get such an explosive start like Tactical Index in this game.
Yeah, Tactical Index was doing it without Niel early, right? They had 3 players, ZPNU, Siok, and Trix, with 5 kills apiece. I mean, it was completely spread around. There wasn't a single, like, Michael Jordan-esque player. It was just spread throughout. It was a very balanced lineup. But Husky, sorry, didn't mean to cut you off. What were you going to say there?
I just wanted to say this. It's pretty crazy, right? Every time we kind of come back to the discussion of how placement points and kill points, the balance between these two, kill points, they bring so much value. Sometimes it is actually insane. You look at your placement points and you think to yourself, yeah, you know, we got knocked out in 7th place, but you add that 15 kills in, suddenly you're in 1st place. And I think it really shows the importance of just knowing when to take those fights. All of these kill points came not just from them being able to shoot properly, but also them knowing when to take those fights. I think Tactical Intex, they started off the day living up to that team name, and this is going to start them off on a really good foot, considering how week 1 was not really their week.
I mean, we did say early on, right? Like, is this going to be Group A's week? Yes, they didn't get the booyah during this round, but to pick up these valuable points, I think it's really important as well for the bottom dwelling teams. Not to say that they're going to stay there, but something has to change in terms of playstyle, and I think this is such a good direction to go with, right? Like, instead of playing passively and trying to play safe per se, you just decide, okay guys, I think we just have to YOLO. And the way that they played, they were so sure of themselves when they were looking for those kills. You could see that they didn't really double back. They weren't thinking twice. It's just point, aim, shoot. Okay, and if we die, so what? We already got our 15 kills.
So do you think Tactical Intex was lucky in that one, or were they very strategic? Because, I mean, it seems like they really turned it up that one, right? So it seems like maybe they were just happened to be in the same spots. Like, Neptune, do you think it's luck, or was it skill in that game?
On the first fight against Argon, I would say it's skill, because it's like a staring game. Who would back off first? And Argon just backed off. And on the second part, yeah, like what I mentioned, it's a miss on Enigmax. They didn't push early on, and ITX was able to regroup and replenish everything that they have, was able to get back, and Black, like what Husky mentioned, did a great job, but not good enough.
Okay. And if we're looking at the giveaway, this is going to be, we're going to have the stream code that's going to be spread out on your screen. It's going to be 2x of Valentine's AK box. All you need to do is, of course, take that screenshot, put in the long code. Don't get me wrong, it's very long, so it's kind of difficult to do. But it's pretty easy to do once you do redeem that. And we're going to have that throughout the stream. We're going to be giving away 2 codes, I think, throughout. So please do stay tuned. Make sure that you pass it on to your squad mates so they can get the free skins as well. So I know for a fact that I'll be passing it along. I'll be taking a screenshot and just spreading the love.
Spread the love, guys. It's called the Valentine's box for a reason, right?
Ooh.
Ooh.
You know what they say, every day is Valentine's if you feel love in the air. So I agree. Like, I would love to get my hands on the Valentine's box. In fact, they're giving 2 just fit for a couple.
But technically, wouldn't a couple get 4?
Why
2
would you get
people,
4?
2 people, 4 boxes, because everyone gets 2 boxes each.
Oh,
I'm trying to make
okay.
it romantic,
Yeah.
Danny. Come on.
Yeah.
Just
I was like,
making a
oh,
moment.
what kind of relationship is this? What is going on?
There could
But I
be
get
some
it. I
plus
get
plus there. Anyways, so that's going to be the conclusion of Kalahari. Next map's going to be Purgatory. Now, how big of an influence do you feel like the map change is going to be for some of these teams? Like, are we starting to see teams having map strengths and map weaknesses?
I think this early on, probably not. I was actually surprised that Kalahari ended the way that it did. I was expecting a lot more teams, trying to be more tactical because of the terrain, right? You want to get on top of buildings, you want to get on top of mountains just to get that a vantage point. But what we saw in game 1 was people running at each other, which is something that you see more on Bermuda and Purgatory compared to Kalahari. So I would kind of give it a pass and just consider that these teams are still trying to figure out what to do in this league. It's definitely a rare sight, but a breath of fresh air.
Okay. And if you happen to be on terms of the bottom in terms of Purgatory, Neptune, what are your thoughts on just kind of talking to those teams? How do they play this one differently?
Yeah, I mean, I reviewed the drops of the teams in there, so I have some insights. Hopefully they were able to do the same and check out who are they looking out to take out early into the game, drop where they are usually dropping, and probably get the kills from there. As we go in here, this is match number 2, so thank you very much to our host. We are now heading into the game as we have Purgatory on our map right now. And well, you mentioned Husky, that this is a map that is pretty much like Bermuda. So what do you think will be the tactic of the teams here?
I think the tactic most of the time is that on Purgatory, at least, it is basically Bermuda, but I think slightly larger with 3 different pieces of land. And I always have a slight distaste for Motor House, but what is this? We have Umbrella Reborn and PXG. They're going to a marathon. These guys, they kind of missed their morning workout, so they're kind of going for a sprint. Who's going to make it first? And I think PXG, they just crossed the finishing line just in time. And in fact, they might be able to get some members of Umbrella Reborn down. But it's ITX on the other side, getting that first blood onto Zeph. Once more, G-Pan also getting taken out by PXG. So I guess this is kind of a 100-meter relay race of death because PXG just scored that first point.
And that will definitely be in the highlight. PXG right now is in there. Well, we know of PXG. The moment that they get any weapon, they go in for the fight, not thinking really. But there you go. We have Insanity being taken down. But hopefully the rest of the teams will be able to come back in here. The Namo right now, the Grenade King, will be going in for the push. But no, we have Raymil also taken down. And there you go. 2 members need to be picked up. Insanity is already up. Raymil will be next. The Namo is getting their team in here with 2 kills already. Barba is nowhere to is here a little bit too far from the rest of the teams. Hopefully he'll be able to go and get that kill from another member. This is Grizzly right now being shot at as that Umbrella Reborn team will be moving away.
I was pretty surprised that they both ran in the same direction. You would have expected one of them to turn back, just make one of the teams would have made the call to, guys, we just disengage. We're not gonna get the weapons early, but at least we will keep everyone alive. But that was definitely not the case. I think PXG started off once more on the right foot. It was also a slight miss for Umbrella Reborn. They got 2 members down, I believe Insanity and Ray Meow, but there was no finisher. In fact, they gave PXG enough time to come in for the backup, which was slightly uncharacteristic of UMB's part. So that is something that they will have to live with for round 2, and it will stay with them at least for a while.
Yeah. Given that situation, jumping off a little bit too far from the compounds and running side by side with an opponent, what is the first thing? Because I'm thinking I'm going to punch someone in here, probably not
Right.
them. But what are you thinking? What would be the best tactic in there compared from what we've seen?
I honestly felt like one of them could have just made the call. I think when you realize that you are not going to make it, you're not going to be the first team to get a weapon, you can just make the call to back off, because in Free Fire you need considerable distance between you and the enemy to be really safe. So it was kind of the in the moment judgment, where I think both teams just wanted to go for the race and see who reaches the compound first. When both teams make that call, one of them will have to fall, and in that case it was Umbrella Reborn not able to stick their foot just because they were a second later compared to PXG Radical. So a bit of a misjudgment, I would say, but it was also a bit of luck involved for both teams.
Yeah, I mean, from above, you'll be able to see if you're near a compound and if your opponent is also near another compound and who will get first. They've been playing this game for quite some time, so they would know how fast it will take them to get to one building and get some loot or weapons in there. But yep, this is the case for this for the side of Umbrella Reborn. Now we have Freedom Rumble right here, and you mentioned earlier how aggressive they are going in on this engagement, and they're going against AKO right now. And judging from the previous matches wherein they've been battling it out against these teams, is Freedom Rumble confident enough to take down or this AKO at this point, or this Argon at this point?
I definitely think that they have that confidence, right? Because in the previous game, Argon MY were the first team to be knocked out, unfortunately, by ITX. So if you're Argon and you know that Freedom Rumble is coming for you, there are 2 choices. One, to run. Second is to fight. It's a flight or flight response. But in this current circumstances, Argon have no choice but to take up arms and stand up against Freedom Rumble. So it is one of these teams will have to go out. And unfortunately for Argon, they have no choice but to stand their ground. Because if you get knocked out first 2 games in a row, it is really going to hurt your chances for the rest of the day. Because this is game number 2. They are already at the halfway point of the league day 3. So Argon MY, they have to do their best. But it seems like they were able to back off. So I guess it's not too bad.
Yeah, I mean, they might have heard some of the comments that we have. When you're in a tight situation and you think or you feel that you will not be able to make it, probably they learned it from their experience earlier. Just back off earlier and earlier into this fight and come back another day and probably come back stronger. And that is what they're doing right now. Argon is backing off a little bit, but going into the Saf, the first booyah of the game. Saf right now is in here, and switching over to Bloody Heads. We mentioned Bloody Heads, and they are really not performing that much in terms of kills, but on the placement, yeah, they are doing well.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that, because Bloody Head has been a hot and cold team during the last major. So the fact that they are doing considerably better in terms of standings is an improvement, right? We kind of we made the past major the benchmark of Bloody Head, so there's definitely improvement, and I think this is slight roster change definitely gives them the confidence, right? They're going in with this dual push, and there's nothing that guns can do. And this is what Free Fire is all about. Majority of it is about information. The moment you know where your enemies are, you can just pull the trigger and your guns will do the job. And I think Bloody Head, they kind of figured that out. It was also unfortunate for XBR side that they were really isolated from each other. So these kind of individual pickoffs, they do hurt you in the long run.
I mean, those split, well, when you're roaming and you split up, that will be different, or that will be dangerous for some of these teams, like what we've seen earlier. Now we have AKO right now going in against Enigmax right now, and we were expecting a different fight earlier. AKO is on a higher ground. We have Enigmax, who is on those compound, not really going out. They don't want to be picked off early, and they want to be in a group. Now, AKO will be backing off a little bit, and they might be into the sides of Argon, MY, and as well as a different team in their Freedom Rumble, if I'm not mistaken, who's still standing off on this area.
Freedom Rumble is made out of bloodhounds. So these guys, if they catch you in their sights, they will hunt you down. And this is such a classic, right? And I did mention that Freedom Rumble was kind of a meme team when they first played the previous MCP.
Yeah.
There were a lot of moments where we look at Freedom Rumble and we just thought to ourselves, what are these guys trying to achieve? It was unfortunate for them, but as a viewer, it looked really funny. Then they stepped it up. They started showing their aggression. They started showing how confident they are and how fearless these guys are in those fights. In fact, these guys are warriors to a certain extent. And just the sheer presence of Freedom Rumble sends chill down your spine. And I think Argon and MY, they are feeling that a little bit. They're corralled in that building. Freedom Rumble surrounding them like sharks. It's a matter of time before they do a clash.
Yeah, definitely the pressure is on because they've been standing by in that area for quite some time, for a few minutes. But right now we have Sav in there going in onto the edge of the circle. They're going against ITX. So this is the top two from our previous match who will be successfully taking over onto this match number 2. Now we have Sav in there, Forbids trying to dance it out from the sides, but will not be able to go in for the push just yet. But there you go, Forbids will be taken down together with Let's Go. 2 more members from SAF, and they need to go in for the pickup as well as the heal. But there you go, Let's Go will be taken down. It's now left to McRory in here, and Forbids will be back up. And we have McRory trying to go in for the push. Ooh, the quick elimination in there, and Demon will be coming back. Unfortunately, Let's Go will be out of this game.
From first to last, that's kind of the TLDR for ITX. They were kind of caught between a rock and a hard place. You know, SAF had them all surrounded. There's this guerrilla war force from Supreme Assault Force worked out, but right now Freedom Rumble, they're about to go on the hunt. They have traced Argon MY to their compound, and they're about to crash in. Sprout's gonna be the first one to go down. We have the Vector Kimbo, but it's not gonna stand up against McGee, the shotgun, and in a blink of an eye, they chomp down on their prey, and Argon will be the second team to be eliminated. A swift one for Freedom Rumble.
Yeah, we're seeing the aggressiveness of Freedom Rumble right here. Earlier, they were just getting the information, probably the position and how to approach that team. But Freedom Rumble, the moment that they get close to the enemy, they know how to go in for the approach and clean that that team quickly.
That is kind of the Freedom Rumble that everyone loves. And I think Freedom Rumble, to a certain extent, is a role model of how to push a site, how to push an area because of how cleanly they do it. They just commit. And then one of the traits that a lot of teams don't have is that they sometimes hesitate, right? You are not sure if you can do it, but Freedom Rumble, no, they just do it. When someone makes a call, they just commit to it and they make it work. They do their best to make it work at least. A bloody hit, they did get a couple of tags off on a passing team, but luckily for whoever that prey was, all of them were able to get out. So for Bloody Hit, they will be trapped, well, kind of in this open ground with not much cover to work with, but thankfully, there's no threat near them.
Yeah, and there you go. I think it's PXG who's just passing by on this area of Bloody Heads, and we've seen PXG going in for the vehicle gameplay. Unfortunately, they are on the tower and no one to run over because we've seen PXG go in for the run over and then the shot afterwards, and that is how the placement of Bloody Heads right now. But there you go, Insanity will be taken down in here by Morgana from afar, and Morgana right now still not stopping with the shots, Husky.
And both of them are down. That is gonna give Bloody Head so much room to work with. Barba also gets knocked. Everyone is flocking to that area to get the revival, but they should know by now that it is so dangerous. You can't keep funneling body to go for the revive. Just look at the numbers, look at the damage. Bloody Hit, they are getting free tags. With PXG, they need to kind of move towards the low ground. They need some kind of utility. Put up the glue wall, make sure that your body is not exposed. They finally figured out how they were getting shot, but it took them a lot, and that is a lot of precious time being invested. And on the way back onto the mountain, onto the hill, they get knocked down once more. So this is just PXG being bullet sponges for Bloody Head, and they finally lost his sanity. He's gonna bleed out. Tanamo is not in a good place. He is also out. Barbara and Raymia becomes the last two members to stay alive, but they are in such a compromising spot. Bloody Head, they can do this all day.
I mean, this is the only time that I saw PXG go down one after another on a long distance. And Bloody Head was doing a great job. It was Mark and Morgana in there just going for the long distance. And we know Morgana. Morgana is more of a rusher and who's great on a close battling counter. But seeing those shots in there, I think they've done their homework and trying to go in a different route at this point.
And you can see on the map, they're going in for the push. Like you said, Morgana is the pusher. They're trying to take down PXG. Barbara and Raymia, the last two alive, going downhill with this bike. They should be able to make it out if the shots don't land. But knowing Bloody Head, they will try to make it count. But Morgana is really trying. But I guess PXG, they can say a prayer at least for now. They made it to a house, to one of the compounds where they can anchor down and at least recuperate. But the damage is still done. Bloody Head have crippled PXG.
Yeah, just when we thought we're going to see a lot more of the vehicle gameplay from PXG in there, they were taken down. Two members has been taken down, and this will be a more passive PXG Radicals that we're going to see. And here is Bloody Heads. I think this is their time to shine right now because they are not, well, they didn't do well that much on the previous week, but right now this is their time to shine, and hopefully with the skills, with the momentum that they have on this match, they'll be able to do more moving forward and going against for different teams as we move into the next set of circles.
Yeah, and for some, it is a story of redemption for Bloody Head, but for some, it is a breath of fresh air. Whichever way you want to approach it from, I think Bloody Head, just based off what we've seen so far, has made considerable improvements. Although, I don't want to keep harping on giving them the credits, but I think for Bloody Head, it is good to see them being given that positive limelight. SAF though, they do know where Grizzly is. That is the last member alive for UMB, if I'm not mistaken, and indeed it is. Forbis will put an end to Umbrella Reborn, and SAF, they are putting up the numbers, 7 kills in the back.
Yeah, SAF right now, I think they're in here to come back with a lot of kills and probably aiming for the Booyah once again. Well, if that will be the case, they will still end up on the top of the leaderboard. But we mentioned about those who are improving, and this is a good. Actually, the timing of these matches are great because there are plenty of times within the weekdays that the teams can be able to will be able to review all the gameplays, all that they missed, all the opportunities that were able to grab and did well. And this is where we will see, like what was mentioned earlier, a lot more of surprises from these teams.
And PXG, they have just been spotted by McRory, who's going to start things off with a nade. It's not going to connect yet. I think the time turner was used by PXG, so it will keep them alive. But, Freedom Rumble, you call them sharks, you call them zombies, they're alerted by sound and smell, and PXG gets obliterated by SAF with just those nades. But on the other hand, we have Bloody Head trying to take on Do Easy. Do Easy, in the last MCP, they had decent performance, better than Bloody Head at least, but Bloody Head is about to change history. Mark's gonna go down, but Morgana's taken out Baez. This is a full push from Bloody Head. They want to take over this compound. Sha will go down as well. Morgana gets traded back by Ipan, but Cryfu will get that exchange. Bloody Head so far still standing strong. ZJ rushes J-Pan, and he's also gonna lose his life. And in fact, Do Easy will not have an easy fight. Bloody Head wipes them out, and SAF, they're about to take on a fight against Freedom Rumble. Drags with the nade.
Yeah, and Freedom Rumble right now, we know that they're just waiting in there for their chance to go in for the push, and Saf right now is now stuck in here, and Damon was able to go in for that kill, but they don't have that much choice because they are being pushed right now by Freedom Rumble. Damon is now stuck on this corner trying to move around, but there you go, SAF will be taken down, and Freedom Rumble will be in their dominated area. We have AKO right there also taking down Enigmax at this point. We're now left to 4 teams, Husky.
Deco's with a huge 3-man nade. I think he got the grenade launcher in his hand, so it's a one-hit kill. He got the easiest triple kill of his life. If you're AKO, you're gonna be happy with that. But Russell is gonna toss that, at least toss that nade. It's actually not gonna enter the building due to that glue wall. They now have their opponent's trap, and I believe that is XBR. So AKO, they are at the edge of the circle. Bloodyhead is running in from that eastern side. We're down to the last 4 teams. This is going to be pretty messy. It's phase number 5, and this is going to be the be-all end-all for all these 4 teams.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, if they miss a chance in here, they will be taken down, but still on a higher placement. Bloody has lost one of the members. ZJ will be in there. Rosik was able to eliminate ZJ, and we have AKO right now going in for the flank, slowly taking a peek, but no, we have Rosok moving over onto the other side, getting information on this compound as to who is in there. And I think Freedom Rumble has already moved over to the other side, as XBR right now will be stuck in here and just trying to defend themselves, as Rosok is just trying to push.
I think AKO have their priorities figured out. XBR first, everyone else will have to wait for their turn. But Bloodyhead, they're not a team that wants to wait, neither does FRU. In fact, AKO, they're going to be pushed because Freedom Rumble have decided this is their time to go for the push. AKO though, they immediately punish Bloodyhead first. As Bloodyhead gets knocked out, Freedom Rumble starts to lose their members. Brax is also down, cannot break is also out. AKO have a good chance. Freedom Rumble wants to go for the challenge. They want to stay alive. Ori 70, 80 HP until the end. But in fact, it feels like Freedom Rumble, they might have just done it. And in fact, it is. Freedom Rumble from the outskirts to the center. They stay true to their aggressiveness, and this is their booyah.
Oh my god, I mean, that is a great play from Freedom Rumble. They are in there going aggressive, not missing a beat actually on the engagement. They just go in there. They waited a little bit from the early on, but they dominated this fight in here and taking the booyah as well. I think they will be on the top of the leaderboard, Husky.
I definitely feel the same. I think Freedom Rumble, this is actually a crazy round, right? Because you look at where AKO was on paper, they definitely felt like they had the best chance, but Freedom Rumble, you cannot discount them. They are aggressive, they are sharks, they smell blood, they go in for the kill, and that was exactly the round that they were able to make it happen. But at the same time, after all of this action, we'll need our host to come back, probably give us a bit more insight of what just went down. We'll welcome back Annalie and Holland onto the panel. Welcome back, guys.
Thank you. Finally, it has finally happened. Freedom Rumble have broken through and they managed to get their first booyah. I'm actually really happy for this team. I mean, I was a bit sad starting the broadcast, but I'm very happy they proved me wrong.
Yeah, I mean, it's a great team, right? We kind of expected them. They had lofty expectations going into this league, and they kind of lived up to it. I mean, it took a little bit for them to get going, but even in the first match, they were 3rd place, right? They had 8 placement point, 8 kills last time. So they're definitely, they did well going up into this one. They're definitely going to be shot up to the top, at least for day 3. Very impressive work by them. But let's give another shout out to SAF. And I know that we've been talking about these guys. I know people are sick of hearing them. But the thing is that they had 11 kills. Yeah, they got eliminated 6th or whatever. But I mean, this is still a team that you need to reckon with. But Neptune, what were your thoughts on that game?
I think they're trying to go and catch up on the kills. Unfortunately, they missed the higher placement. But yeah, the 11 kills that they have, and if I'm not mistaken, 6th or 5th on the placement is still a good spot for SAF as they are on the leaderboard.
Yeah, it really seemed like they were trying to pull off an ITX like last round, right? It's like, yeah, you end in the middle of the pack, but if you're getting something like 14, 15 kills, it doesn't really matter. And also something we need to really talk about, right, is we always talk about the booyahs and the kills, but we never talk about when these teams are grabbing kills. And something that SAF is doing, because they're playing like this, right, they're denying these kill points to other teams. And because you're denying these kills to other teams, suddenly placement becomes much more important, right? Compared to week 1, where teams were focusing on trying to survive until the late game and then all the kills were happening then. But we're starting to see a little bit of a change where all these points are now getting distributed towards the mid-game of these rounds. It's no longer those late-game final circles where everyone's grabbing all those points.
Yeah, and I think for Freedom Rumble, I just realized that, Freedom Rumble, they actually came into MCP not with the full FFMC roster. They added both, I believe, Vegeta and Orin from Legends during FFMC, and I think they made probably one of the best transfer of the season of the shuffle, because Orion and Vegeta, these two guys during FFMC, I had my eyes on them and I felt like these two have a lot of potential. To see them in Freedom Rumble and getting that booyah, when I saw Orion's face, I was like, this guy looked pretty familiar, and now I know why. He has made an impression. I'm just glad he's able to compete in this big stage.
And Freedom Rumble was ninth going into today, right? And so being shot up like this and playing very well, they're definitely going to be top 8 moving forward. And this is something that you want in terms of comfort and just making sure that you're ready to go. But, what was another team that really stuck out to you? I mean, I think in terms of the stream, we saw a lot about Bloody Head, but they had about 4 kills. I mean, it seemed like a lot of the action was kind of revolving around this team, though. But Neptune, what were your thoughts on that?
I mean, they're trying to turn it around, because Bloody Heads has what's mentioned earlier, has really not a good reputation when moving up onto the ranks onto the leaderboards, and this is where Bloody Head is trying to turn it around and work on their tactics right here. Probably more kills than the placement, and that's what they did earlier with PXG, as we are looking right now. Bloody Heads is just decimating PXG in there, unable to move forward and taken down 2. So hopefully they will be able to move on to these matches and improve further.
Yeah, I think they've done a pretty good job with improving their playstyle this week compared to last week, right? Because I think, especially AJ, he was very sympathetic to the team. They constantly be one of the first teams to die last week, and I feel like that was what really set the team back. So for them to be able to survive this long in the rounds, it's already an improvement. If the team gets any better than this, then that, I think, if anything, Bloody Heads is going to be a really underlooked dark horse coming into the season.
That has been the narrative, I think, from the previous season, where Bloody Head has this reputation of just being the first team to get knocked out. They are not good with placements. So I agree. I just love where Bloody Head is right now for the first 2 matches.
All right, look at it going into match 2 Freedom Rumble. We knew that they were going to get tops. They had tons of kills, 11, and they got 12 points for that Booyah AKO Legend. Pretty sizable in terms of what they did. And Supreme Assault Forces, sorry, they had 10 kills, not 11. But it looks like top 3, and they rounded out. But Bloody Head, I mean, this is a way to get back into it. You're getting your kills. You're making sure that you're placing pretty well. This is a good match for Bloody Head as well.
Actually, it's a really good match for the top 4 teams, because remember what we were talking about, with all the kill points being distributed to the top half of the bracket, it's actually causing a little bit of a kill drought for some of these other teams towards the bottom of the bracket, right? Because these points are only getting distributed to the teams sitting at the top. So how big of an influence is this going to be when these points get combined into the main leaderboard, which is what we're going to be looking at next, because we've just finished up our first 2 games in A versus B. Now, after this, we've got B versus C. Would we just say this is like technically the hardest matchup, B versus C? Like, can we all agree on this, or do we feel like A versus C is actually a very good matchup as well?
No, I think that this is probably the weakest one. Unfortunately, Group A just not as strong. Even Argon MY, that was top in terms of their day 2 performance for Group A. But if we're looking at it here, they got a big fat donut, right? And that's not what you want going into day 3. You need to we talk about consistency, right? That's going to get you going in this league, and they are not consistently showing up. And so we're seeing that. So I'm really looking forward to B's and C's going at it. But Husky and Neptune. Sorry, I'll go to Husky on this one. Who is your favorite going into this one for that next matchup?
I think B versus C, since we've already looked at Group B, I want to focus on Group C. Surprisingly, I am not looking at Blacklist International. I think they have gotten the spotlight very frequently. In fact, I want to look at Wheels. I think Wheels, even from the previous major, has been a force to be reckoned with, right? Before, when we looked at the overall leaderboard before the start of the day, they were in 4th place. So we know that Wheels has a lot of potential. They still kept Embelor and I believe Alforte with them, 2 of the biggest superstars of the team. So I have no doubts that Wheels is going to put on a good performance.
Okay.
So I'm looking forward to that one. But in terms of your favorite going in, Neptune, who did you like?
Yeah, I mean, for B and C, I still have my eyes on PXG Radicals and SAF, but this is one team that I'm really wanting to move in and take over the ranks. This is a 4-man expert, because they are in there going in for those kills, and they have a few myths when it comes to maps like Purgatory, but if they will be able to dominate that map and take over SAF and PXU Radicals at some point, they might be able to get the number 1.
Speaking of favorite teams, you know what team we're on, Hauler?
Team
Team
Code?
Freebies.
Oh,
Okay, I was hoping
right.
it was synergized, but clearly
Sorry.
we're not on the same team. All right, so for people that are tuning into the broadcast, we have our code down below. Now, if you claim that code down there, I do believe you are going to get 2 Valentine AK boxes. So claim it now. This code is only valid until the end of the live stream. As soon as the stream cuts out, that code cuts out too. So get it ASAP and share it with your friends. It's not first come, first serve. I'm so used to all these streams and giveaways where it's like, here's this code, but it's only for one person. And then we're coming into the MCP majors, right? And it's like, here's a code for everybody. I feel like we need more of these, right? More community love, more sharing, more caring, because everyone's just so selfish.
And that's the right way to do it, I think. And plus, the fact that you can just pass it on to your squad mates, I think that's the biggest thing, right? And I think Husky was saying that, hey, he's going to pass it on to his significant other. I don't know. Maybe he's going to be getting in some skins, but that's going to be happening. But nonetheless, we have 4 more matches to go. This is just the first set. We're going to have B versus C coming up, and we'll be right back after this break.
Dia secepil saja kiranya circle mengecil boleh mengganggu pergerakan mereka dan launcher diberikan ramai berjaya bagi pada Gotan. Itu kita lihat kali ini. Sedikit lagi. Berjaya menjatuhkan. Last minute itu. Ada ke wow. Gila PXP Goku berjaya
terus oleh pasukan Argon. Kebangkitan yang sangat bergaya ditunjukkan oleh pasukan Argon sekarang ini. 6 kill akan menunjukkan strategi, tetapi kita lihat X2 dijatuhkan juga. Dan akhirnya mengenai 3 player full expert. Dan kita lihat bagaimana Barry menguasai kawasan di atas 4 pasukan Blacklist Cobra telah pun dijatuhkan. Kita lihat 3 Blacklist di depan kawan. Faskil Syah masih lagi bertahan. Cuba depan sekarang ini. Masih lagi di bawah. Sementara itu Hughes di belakang jabatan menyingkirkan Duizi Spade yang sebenarnya berjaya mendapatkan alih terakhir dan melepaskan Duizi terbaik ke-6. 5 squad saja lagi yang tinggal sekarang ini.
Ya, Wheels dan Bloody Head sekarang. Barai double play tadi dilakukan oleh itu dah knock berjaya meratakan Wheels. Berjaya meratakan pihak lawan Bloody Head sebentar tadi.
Triple kill. Shut down. Quadruple kill. Quadruple kill.
Dia secepil saja kiranya circle mengecil boleh mengganggu pergerakan mereka dan launcher diberikan ramai berjaya bagi pada Gotan. Itu kita lihat kali ini.
Sedikit lagi.
Berjaya menjatuhkan. Last minute itu. Ada ke wow. Gila PXP Goku berjaya
terus oleh pasukan Argon. Kebangkitan yang sangat bergaya ditunjukkan oleh pasukan Argon sekarang ini. 6 kill akan menunjukkan strategi, tetapi kita lihat X2 dijatuhkan juga. Dan akhirnya mengenai 3 player full expert. Dan kita
Hello everyone and welcome back to the MCP Majors. We've just finished up Groups A versus B today. This is day 3 technically of action, week 2 for anyone that didn't manage to catch last week's matches. If you didn't catch them, do go back and watch them because the introductory matches were pretty important because we basically formed our opinions on these teams after their initial 4 matches. But Hauler, we're going into B versus C and arguably the toughest group today.
Yeah, and this is where we wanted to see. We got to see if Blacklist International can bounce back after a disastrous day 2. I think that that's going to be the big one. Can Woos continue on their winning streak? Can they stop Supreme Assault Forces? PXG, of course, this is a name that, top 3 as well. All of these teams, somebody needs to shut these guys down. Somebody needs to figure out a solution for all of them, because it seems like they're taking everything. And to your point earlier, they were just kind of being greedy and stealing all the kills. Like, they need to share the wealth a little bit. So give some of the other teams a chance. And try to make top 12 to get to that grand finals.
Yep. So let's take a look at the overall standings. The standings are going to be updated with the Group A and B results. So if anyone's a little bit concerned as to why some teams are a little further down, it's likely because they're in Group C and they haven't played yet. So this next match is going to bump them up a little bit. But Supreme Assault Forces, they just completed their first 2 games of the day. They shoot ahead in first place. This is to be expected, but the big question is, are they going to stay there?
It's a marathon, not a sprint, right? And we have many more matches to go. Every team is going to be playing 4 matches today. So, at the end of the day, we'll find out who's actually winning. My concern right now are the Team A guys that are kind of at the bottom right now. Argon Malaysia, I'm looking at you. Enigmax is another team that I feel like really needs to pick it up. They haven't had a good showing so far. I'm just pointing them out just because, hey, at the end of the day, if you want to make top 12, this is your time. You do not want to be at the bottom. You do not want to be mathematically eliminated this early. You got to get yourself back in the game. You got to figure something out.
Yeah, you can't really wait for the mid-season shuffle, right? Because for some teams, mid-season shuffle, it works out for them because they might get a bit of an easier group. The matchups might not be so bad, but I think it's too late by then, right? You need to solidify your place in the leaderboard now so that during the entire season, you still have a reasonable shot. You can't afford to be so far down that you would have to have 2 weeks of great performances to catch up. Like, that's just not viable for a lot of these teams. So, fingers crossed.
If we're looking at the teams right now, I mean, look at this. Almighty is 12th place right there. That is the lowest team in Group C. That's just how strong they are. Basically, everyone in Group C is invited to the grand final so far. And yeah, we have plenty more regular season days ahead of us, but that is just showing just how strong this group is, right? They're getting their kills. Yes. They're making sure that they're getting their placement points, and they're in the game, right? And that's where you want to be. You just want to be competitive, making sure that you have a chance. Because once those last 4 days or whatever that are coming along and you're not even in it, it's gonna be a sad time for you.
Going to be a bit of a struggle, maybe even some demotivation, right? Because at the end of the day, when you're playing esports, the way that your team's thinking, the mentality actually plays a really big role in how you're going to perform. Like, you don't see players performing well when they're having a bit of a downer day. So we'll see if the teams can maintain their mental fortitude, because I feel like that's also something that some players and even some fans don't really think about, right? Like, if you're feeling bad, that normally means everything's going to go downhill too.
Yeah, but you know who's feeling good? It's going to be Neptune and Husky, and they're going to take it to the next match. Take it away.
Thank you once more, Danielle and Holler. Just great hosts. I love them. And I like it when they say that I'm feeling good, because I am feeling good. In fact, I'm feeling ecstatic when I'm able to share the desk with you, Neptune. They were right. So far, the best team from Group A is in 9th place. That's bloody hit. And I'm reading kind of a Cinderella story from the region of the Philippines, because last MCP, it was Malaysia at the top. But right now, we're seeing PXG Radicals and SAF leading the charge. So I want to get your thoughts on how you feel about that.
I mean, it's a good thing that they're consistent enough. There are some teams in there who might, and I questioned this from last week. There are a few teams in there who might really are stepping back a little bit and probably building a different storyline of, we're coming back in here, or we're the comeback kings. So I have my eyes on you. I won't name your teams, but I have my eyes on you. There are some in there who might be holding it back. And what was mentioned earlier, if this is the chance wherein they need to move up, and if you went in there and like turn it around a little bit too late, it might be too late for you.
Yeah, and at least for Group A, they get to take a break, right? They get to recompose themselves and hopefully start a comeback, because the points for the bottom 4 teams are from Group A, and they look, abysmal to say the least. Not even breaking. I mean, they played 10 matches, but they got like 44, 39, 37. It's not looking great, but thankfully there's still time. But right now we have to focus on the elephant in the room. Is Group C, arguably one of the strongest groups, one of the stronger groups getting introduced. What do you think their chances are going up against Group B?
Well, if we're going to look at it based on the group itself, they're averaging, or Group C is averaging 4.4 on the kills and 4.1 on Group B. So not too far though. But when we look at the teams in there, there are Group B members or teams who are just taking over and trampling the rest of the teams in here.
Yeah, and the highest ranked teams from Group C are Four X-Men Expert, right, in 5th place, followed by Wills and Fastkill, and then Blacklist International. So the first 4 are actually from Group B, and then the subsequent 4 teams are from Group C. So based on numbers, I can definitely side with Group B being the strongest team. In fact, SAF, out of 10 matches, they have garnered 150 points. We're not even at the halfway point just yet, and these guys, they are already setting a world record, at least a record for this league. So Team Group C, if there's any time to make a difference, this is it. We're seeing some shed drops, and it's going to be Umbrella Reborn once more, and they found XBR. They're killing their own, the teams from their own group, but you gotta do what you gotta do to get redemption. UMB, they haven't had a good first 2 games. This is the chance to make that return.
I think this is what's happening with those at the bottom half. They are going against each other. Those at the bottom part of the leaderboard, they're going against each other early on to the matches. So one of them will really be taken out, like on the case of Kenneth X Brain or XBR right here. They will be eliminated first onto the match, and there's no chance for them right now to redeem themselves and just wait for the next match.
But for Freedom Rumble, they're not a team with patience, and in fact, they want to take this fight straight to SAF. And I think the priority is definitely understandable. SAF, they are pulling ahead by 27 points with PXG Radical following behind. And if Freedom Rumble can kind of stop that, they give themselves a bit of a leverage to shoot up to first place. But Apam doesn't get that start because Let's Go has already taken him down. In fact, Ori does have the nade. Lands into the McRory to even out the playing field. And in fact, they're going to get an easy kill. If Forbid also goes down, Ori swings him wide. And that's a twofer for Freedom Rumble.
What a good play in there. I mean, when I thought that he will be taking down 2 members of SAF, was just waiting for him. Here comes Oren going in for the push, but there you go. Finally being taken out by Let's Go, but Let's Go in there might be pushed by the rest of the teams. No, 2 members has been taken down already from Freedom Rumble. Do they still have the motivation to go in against them, or will they be backing off, Husky?
I think Freedom Rumble, knowing them, they're gonna take this fight. In fact, the members from the side of SAF, they're not looking too healthy. Drax is gonna down Let's Go. McGrory will need to bring him back up, and this is where Freedom Rumbles will decide to go for the push. Damon is kind of the sniper. He is the overwatch for his team. So if he can prevent Freedom Rumble from getting these kills, it's good. But it seems like even his vision is limited because Drax has found McGrory, and he also takes down Let's Go. So Freedom Rumble gets a bit of redemption out of that. They did lose 2, but they did win out the overall fight with 3 kills.
Great prioritization from the side of Freedom Rumble in there. They just went in there and hid and took down those who are already taken out instead of going against Damon. That might have been an easy takeout of SAF, but they did the right point, the right decision in there. Why not eliminate 2 of the members instead of going in for the last survivor?
Yeah, and a lot of credit goes over to Orin. He might have expired for this match, but he was able to down Let's Go. He took out Forbids, and before he went down, SAF, they had a chance. McRory somehow snuck onto the roof to revive Let's Go, but Freedom Rumble were able to outlast them. And with that being said, SAF have been completely crippled in the 3rd game. It is a game that they can afford to take the back seat since they have a bit of points to spare. But if you're Freedom Rumble, that is a boost of confidence and morale going into the late stage of the game. And as I say that, I have jinxed it because Drax will be dragged down into the grave. Credits to 4X-Men Expert who caught him out in the open.
Yeah, 4X-Men Expert right here. I know they are not really showing that much, especially on this day of the tournament. But we know that they have what it takes. They go in for those close battle engagement, and some of them really are outshining. Like I can't forget what Shark did from the previous day. But right now, Shark, if I'm not mistaken, is not here. We have Jebat, Spade, Goku, and Maru. Goku, on the other hand, yes, did a great job as well from last week. So 4x man expert is really a team that you need to look out for. If we're thinking of a comeback in here, they might have a chance to go in probably second or first after this day.
I believe you were talking about. I think Sharks is from Fast Q. Let me. Yeah, it is Sharks
Oh,
is from Fast Q.
sorry.
But he. I do agree. He definitely has put up a great performance. Right. I mean, for X-Men Expert, their roster remained unchanged. They are also one of the new kids on the block, coming in from FFMC, and in fact, they are probably the new kids that have the best performance out of all the other new kids, because I think they finished sixth place in the grand finals
Hmm.
of the group stage. Well, they finished sixth place in group stage. The grand finals they finished eighth. But the matter of the fact is, I think Forex Man Expert have a lot to give. I think Spade was known as the first guy to always die in a round, but in this case, he was the first guy to get a kill. So bit of an improvement for Forex Man Expert, and their standing so far did prove that they have made those adjustments.
Yeah, I might have a mix up on the names in there, but yeah, Goku is one of the members in there, and good point as well for 4x Men expert in there, Husky, as they are just like right now they're just hanging back, no engagement just yet. The rest of the teams are a little bit spread out in here. We have we I'm looking at those teams who are dropping in here, and usually Refinery is being taken over by Wheels, and that is where they are right now. Do you think at this point, at this map, this is a good position for them, missing out on the early engagement and probably get the later kills?
That is the case most of the time. I think when you draw Refinery, you are giving up. You are controlling a very huge area, but you're also telling yourself that you're not going to engage with any other teams unless they, enter your firing range, right?
Mhm.
That is kind of the Refinery play. And I also noticed that Blacklist International, they completely gave up Refinery. When during FFMC, Blacklist International always shows up at Refinery. They never miss that opportunity. But it seems like Wills have shown everyone who is the alpha, and now with control of Refinery, Wills is not going to engage too much unless teams walk into their firing range. But it also kind of depends on the circle. The downside is that you're missing out on early engagement, and the circle can be your undoing. But the bright side is you will definitely be guaranteed to survive until kind of phase 4 or 5 of the round.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, some teams are leaving off on that tactic. I mean, just waiting, hanging it back, like what Denali mentioned for Saf earlier. They're not really hunting. They're just waiting for teams to pass by. But the moment that they rush in, the moment that they are rushed and pushed, they just fight back. But unfortunately, at this point, Saf didn't do well. Probably it's too early and it's out of their tactic books or strategy books. But we'll have to find out if that will be the case.
And I think, as we set our eyes on PXG, they are right now still in the second place, right? They have a
Mhm.
decent, sizable lead over AQ Legends. They're kind of caught in the middle between first and third, just based off of numbers. But PXG, especially Ray Meow, one of the new additions to the team, I definitely agree that this is a prize pickup, especially when Ray Meow, when he was on VPH Velocity, he did well. But look at Grizzly, that kill feed, a 3-man nade from UMB, and because of Grizzly, Matrix is out.
Oh my god, we have the metrics being eliminated that quickly, and yeah, what a great hit. Well, actually, that's how you should do it. If you can not just take out a one, but three at a time, that's the best way to do it at this point. So, you were talking about Husky about PXG as we have them on the screen right now.
Yeah, I think Ray Meow is definitely again a price pickup because from the previous MCP he was with VPH Velocity, and I remember when he debuted on that team midway throughout the major, he instantly rose to be kind of the miracle child. He was making those plays. He was the one getting those triple quad kills. Like VPH Velocity suddenly had the entire soul of the team in Ray Meow alone. So seeing him now on a team like PXG is definitely a good improvement for them, and I'm loving where he is right now. He might not have shown too much over the past 2 games, but you give him some time, and I promise you, Ray Mia will be the guy that catches your attention.
Yeah, I mean, I know Raymel has already caught our attention, but the group itself has PXG Radicals in there. Oh no, Barbara has been taken down by Embalor in there from above wheels. Didn't wait that long, or probably they just waited for 3 members to just go far, far away before taking down the last member on that catapult. But we have a good play in there from wheels right here. And we were talking about PXG Radicals earlier, but they have lost 1 man. Will they be able to bring that back? I don't think so, because they are too far, as Almighty also might be going in here for the push.
And this is the refinery play in a nutshell. Some people can say it's very tactical, some people can say it's very cheesy, but at the end of the day, if you are Wheels, you would take any kill that comes. And in fact, let's see, I wonder if Wheels is gonna make the move, because the circle is still protecting them. They have Almighty on the eastern side, so knowing Wheels and how they play, they probably won't abandon this area just yet until they really have to. In fact, now the circle kind of moves away from Almighty. Wills has a good chance of gatekeeping this team.
Yeah, I mean, Almighty usually has a good position. Well, getting the good position. Unfortunately, Wills was in there who already took Refinery, and I think they know already the teams who are coming from where. Staying in there, as what we mentioned, you might not have the chance to get the kills, but you have good information as where teams or opponents will be coming from, and Wills staying there for quite some time. I think they know already Almighty will be rushing in, and Wills has a chance, as what you mentioned, to gatekeep this team in.
Yeah, and Almighty, of course, they have both Batman and Shirov, the previously members of Divinity, and I think the last major, Divinity received a lot of flack just because people had a lot of expectations, right? One of the strongest teams, one of the best players in the region of Philippines, Batman and Shira, they didn't live up to that expectations. It's a lot of pressure. So the fact that Divinity didn't only ended up in 8th place in the grand finals was kind of short of what people wanted to see. So this new environment for them so far in Almighty does feel like a breath of fresh air, and I'm loving where they are right now, but they still have a lot to prove. This is a redemption arc for these 2 players.
Oh, yeah, I mean, if they want to really come back in there after what happened previously, yeah, I mean, there's a chance for them to come back, but Almighty, they need to push it up a little bit, because so far, if that was the expectation and that was, or if they have higher expectation of that team, and the same goes despite of the change, the same is still happening, Husky. They're still not really popping up at this point. So it's a lot more pressure where you're thinking that, yep, this is where you will improve because of the change. But if it's not happening, there's a lot more that needs to be that needs to be changed.
Yeah, I definitely agree. Almighty in 12th place. Batman is known as the sniper elite. Overall, he, a map like Kalahari is where you expect a player like him to really thrive. But sometimes I do believe in how the team changes your playstyle, and maybe it's just not what Almighty is looking for. In fact, if we look at PXG, Dynamo is already down. Almighty, they're also going on a push onto Wheels. That refinery clash is going to end in bloodshed. But PXG, they have to deal with Fast Q. And so far, Fast Q are putting a lot of pressure. Wheels already down. And in fact, Jay-Z himself will take out 2 members from the side of Wheels. So Almighty, even though they're pushing in from outside the circle, they're getting that shot where Batman now chips in, showing us how good he is, how good he still is on the sniper, and Emberlord becomes the survivor of Wheels. Can he stay alive? I think he can, but there's not much time to work with. We have to find a way out.
Yeah, I mean, Embelor, he's known for going solo and surviving, probably on higher placement. But Almighty right now is well proving to be a different team from previous days. They are usually on the camping side, and they just wait for the teams to jump in to move against them before they go in for the kill. But they went in for the flank, knowing that Wheels will be on above on the refinery. And here we go. We have Almighty who's already slowly moving in to this next circle, and probably this is their chance for them to get the better position and a higher rank at this point.
Yeah, definitely looks to be the case because they also had Ren, also previous Divinity member. But as I say that, Ren is down, Shira is out, Jay-Z under fire, and it's all courtesy of AKO. In fact, Batman, in a blink of an eye, he's gonna join his teammates in the grave. 8th place is where they stand as AKO are the one that played that high ground better. Man flank from Blacklist International gets taken out by the blue zone, and Blacklist as a team are trapped within the crosshairs of AKO.
There's no denying it. When you're playing this map, the high ground really is key. And that's what happened earlier. Knowing that Almighty already had a flank, they were able to survive that battle earlier and eliminate whales or dominate whales at that point. They are taking it slow when it comes to the push, but the high ground from the side of AKO in there was able to, or was taking them down, and 3 kills at this point. Oh, 4th in there for the side of Radicals being eliminated, and here comes AKO slowly moving into the next circle.
Is SAF still in the game? We just have to see, but Zay, he is down. In fact, Umbrella Reborn, they are looking pretty good. 8 kills so far. Freedom Rumble is going to be out, and I believe Wills also got eliminated. Down to the final 4 teams. UMB will suffer the first casualty of the round, and they might suffer more because Apaz is also down. AKO once more with their high ground advantage. They got early kills. SAF finally out in 3rd place as AKO. They are ready for that final showdown. UMB all huddled behind this blue wall alongside the time turner. They're going to get instantly sprayed down. AKO wants to clean this up, and AKO will get what they want. The Legends will continue to rise, and this is gonna be that booyah for them.
I mean, great play in there for AKO. They went into the essence of that map, took the high ground, take those kills. AKO Legend in here, Phonics taken, Rosox, Nga, and Because in there, taking that booyah at this point. We expected a more of a high ground gameplay from some of the teams, but those who stuck to it was able to dominate as what AKO Legend did.
Yeah, and that is the perfect representation of Kalahari being a game of high ground and also a game where it involves the luck of the draw. Wills and AKO both shared a high ground, both had the high ground, but it was AKO who embodied the true essence of Star Wars. They had the circle and they had those kills within their sight. But with that being said, round 3 has concluded. Let's welcome back our hosts to the panel, Danielle and Holland, and see what they think of that match. Welcome back, guys.
Hey, thanks guys. It was really chaotic, and I think, especially during the early game, very unexpected clash between SAF and Freedom FRU. I was actually quite surprised that SAF still managed to get 3rd place though, because we didn't see any SAF action until basically the final circle.
All right, it looks like there was we saw a little bit of a lag, and I think that game is actually going to be remade. So I don't believe that the game is going to count at the end of the day, which is actually really unfortunate for Umbrella Reborn, who, Grizzly, he had his 3-man grenade. He ended up with 6 kills. He just had a monster game, really turned it up. And then he realizes that I think that it's not going to count, which is really unfortunate. But yeah, we're going to have to see. Apparently it wasn't fair for all, as there was latency throughout.
Yeah, it definitely seems like the case. Well, good news for some, bad news for the others. I mean, UMB probably felt that the most, considering that was the best run out of the 3 games so far. Can't say the same for AKO. That was their high ground. That was their game. But if you're Views and you lost Refinery to a circle, you would be happy with a remake, I suppose.
Okay, I'm not sure. Going through our chat logs, So there's no remake.
Yeah, I think I'm not sure. Yeah.
Oh, there is. Okay. Mixed information here.
Yeah.
So we are getting this remake. Oh.
Okay, so we saw like the terrain being a big factor. I mean, you talked a lot about the high ground, just how much that can do in terms of like the buildings, the cover, and all that. So, okay, you had a game, and then that didn't go so well for some of the teams. But you know, I guess what are you going to do differently going into this next one? I'm going to throw this one out to you, Neptune. In terms of like you got to play it, maybe it's a warm up game for you, but like how are you telling your team to play this one differently?
Well, there are some teams, especially in the first drop, like up from the flight, there are some teams who are really consistent, but probably they might be able to like move far away from, well, move early on to the refinery to take down those teams who are like really dominating it, like Wills mentioned earlier, who's just taking over that refinery, just taking over the high ground and just waiting for the team. So take them out early and then spread across, take a lot of kills, but that will require a lot of confidence and accuracy as well. So I don't know if they'll be able to pull it off.
Actually, now that we're looking into this remake, sorry, Husky.
Yeah.
This is a big win for Freedom Rumble, no? Because yeah, maybe they got that kill into SAF early, but this is sort of like a redemption for them to try and go further.
You can say it's also the saving grace for SAF, right? They
Like
might have
any of the teams that got knocked out early, right?
Yeah.
Because it's like, oh, we get to try again.
Though I do felt like Wills played Refinery more in a more unconventional way. And then normally when we see teams play Refinery, I think such as like Blacklist International, or even we go way back then, AV Ligers who love Refinery in the previous MCP, they always plant themselves on the top of the structure. But Wills, they were playing at the foundations, they were playing around the pillars, which resulted in them getting picked up by Almighty with those really precise shots. So slightly unorthodox, but I can see how it might work out. Although I'm not really sure if it's the most effective way to play that area.
All right, now if you're AKO Legend, it was supposed to be a big morale booster in terms of just pulling out this booyah, just winning. But now that it doesn't count, do you go all Karen and just be like, hey, I want to talk to the manager? Like, what do you do? Like, how do you, this has got to affect your morale, right? So like, what do you do, Neptune?
Well, if you're going to ask me, this is the game. That's how it works. I mean, if it's not a fair advantage, then I would say let's do a remake, because it's really unfair from some who are experiencing the lag, if I am not, and that is what sportsmanship is, and that is what one thing that needs to be spread out across all teams and all across all players.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure there's something in the rulebook for this as well, right? Like, they don't just simply pull out a remake because there's going to be some stipulations to say that, okay, all the teams agreed to the remake. I think that's the general rule of thumb, right? Like, all teams have to agree. I feel like the teams... I mean, we didn't know the remake until later on, but now something has become a little bit clearer because some teams are making some really weird moves. I think they started treating it as a scrim once their managers probably informed them that the remake was happening, because I'm very sure the players wouldn't have just continued to play full on and then suddenly agree to a remake.
Yeah.
Their managers must have told them halfway through.
I guess for AKO Legends, if you look at the bright side, you can just tell your team that, hey, it might not count, but we probably found one of the ways to approach this map, at least when it comes to Group B and C matchup, right? So if we do most of what we did in the previous round, the only thing that's going to stop us is probably the circle. Other than that, I think they should be able to still secure decent placing, even if it's not a booyah.
All right, well, something to keep up your heart and your love for this game. It's going to be your claim, your code that you can claim right below. Put that one in, copy and paste it, put it in, share it with your squad mates. Make sure they do it. Of course, it's not a first come, first serve, but anyone can do it and everyone can redeem 2 for the day. So this just happens to be one of many, which we're not going to say how many, but just so you stay tuned, feel free to do so. But again, okay, going back to AKO Legend, yes, I understand that you just want to continue and you want to finish strong, but this is one of those things where it's like, man, we put in all this work, we got all these kills, we did really well, and then now you're saying it doesn't count? Is this like, this has got to hurt you morale wise? Like, just like it would kill me if I was in their shoes.
Yeah, I suppose it definitely does feel bad, right? It's a feels bad moment, but I think on the other hand, it is pretty understandable. I'm pretty sure that you just have to kind of keep going, and this is where we also get to test, how consistent these teams are. If we want to go back to a very technical mode, this is where consistency is going to come into play. Is that a fluke for AKO, or is AKO really going to put out the same kind of performance even when it doesn't count?
And actually, I want to ask a question here for Neptune. So we're looking at a remake. So essentially, everyone's playing an additional game, right?
Yeah.
How do you, as a player, like, what are you feeling that because you have to play this extra game of Free Fire, like, is fatigue actually going to be a factor now?
Well, about that fatigue. Well, on a competitive scene, it might be different, but for when we're talking about games, there is less chances that they might be tired after like for one more additional game because they've been doing this like for a long time and for many hours, so this is like practice for them, and probably they might have also had a few hours of rest before this just to like probably meditate or think of their tactics, or probably they went in scrims before the match. So that depends on how they start each match, how they go into each match, and one game like a few minutes more. I think for most teams, it's just okay. It is good for them.
Okay. And I think it's going to affect more of, it's going to be beneficial to Group A in the sense that they can, they have to play one less game now, and it's going to be up to B and C to kind of take this one forward. But Neptune, Husky, this is Kalahari. This is the remake. I'll let you guys take it away.
Thank you very much, Holler and Dana Lee. Yes, it's a remake for game number 3, but for me, I love it when there are more games. I breathe, I sleep, I dream of matches. So waking up and being able to do more always excites me, and I'm pretty sure for the viewers as well, they would love to see more of these teams. But Neptune, you did mention about teams getting some rest before the game. Some of them probably meditate, and it got me curious. Do you do meditation? Like, what is your ritual pre-broadcast or pre-game?
Well, yeah, apart from just waking up like with enough time to prepare before a game or before a broadcast, yeah, I do a little bit of meditation because I don't want to be I don't want to be trippy, and or like I don't want to be furious at some point, and I need a little bit of relaxation and composure. That is for me, that is more of what I need before a game or before a broadcast, because if not, then it might be a different me that you'll be looking at.
And we just saw Ray Mel getting taken out, the wonder child of PXG. Unfortunately, he is not going to be able to play much of game number 3, but we're getting deja vu because Freedom Rumble and SAF, they are here for a rematch. Same compound as the previous game where Freedom Rumble barely won, but maybe this is time. There's the chance for SCF to rewrite history. McRory, though, his history will repeat because he is going to be taken out by Oren once more. The same perpetrator that eliminated him in the previous game. Damon does get a trade back. Up also died because Damon is the hero. Vegeta is going to show up, but Let's Go downs him, and Drax gets the exchange. Both teams once more going head to head, and I don't think 4-Bit's going to make it there in time. In fact, Drax is going to get all those revives. 4-Bit also doing the same, but FRU, they have a head start. And Time Turner is going to provide some backup, but SAF, they are bleeding out. FRU, though, is going to go down. SAF have completely rewritten the script, and they are the one that takes down Freedom Rumble.
Again, this time they didn't let anyone survive. I mean, they just eliminated everyone, and still a good play, guys. I mean, still a good play. Despite of McRory being taken out earlier, Damon really didn't go too far. He was in there for the battle, compared to the previous one wherein he's a little bit too far going in for the snipes and probably hoping to take a few and reviving their teammates. Damon would just went in there, regrouped or properly regrouped with the rest of SAF, and I think that's where their strengths are.
Yeah, in the previous match it was Orin from FRU, but this time it is Daemoon from SAF. We see a bit of a change of roles, but this definitely hurts FRU a bit, right? They made it pretty far in the previous round, but now they became the first team to get eliminated. 0 points. Like, I mean, if you're FRU and this happens, what is going through your mind?
Well, I will be furious because I mean, this is just me. If I'm FRO, if I put myself in their shoes, and I will be furious to the point that I might have hate myself if I'm playing just myself, not anyone else, and just myself, because we did great. And with the turnaround that has been done, that is a more of uh what do you call this, a slap into my face, wherein, oh, so if that happened again, we won't be able to survive. So we're not that, I mean, we're not that consistent. So that might have a little bit hit on our confidence at some point, but hopefully it's not. And hopefully FRU are still in there with a chance or with the motivation to come back up.
It's kind of the risk you run, right? When you hot drop the same spot 2 rounds in a row, you have to be ready for these 50-50 encounters. So unfortunately, it's definitely going to hurt them a bit, but thankfully, they are not too far behind the other teams on the leaderboard. And knowing Freedom Rumble, you light up their fire, it is not easy to extinguish those flames. So they still have one more round after this, so they can go on their redemption arc, at least to close out Saturday. But a team that just made the debut for this week, Blacklist International, the previous game didn't really look too good. It's very weird, you see Blacklist International, a team locally that has full control when it comes to Kalahari. Now you come to the major, they feel so out of place. What do you think was the main issue for this?
I don't know. I have a theory, and I'd like to ask you the same question, because I know you know these teams a lot, and my theory is Blacklist International did well on day number 1, and then they backed off a little bit from day number 2, and we saw them with only 1 point after a match, 0 after. Oh, no, I can't believe it's 0 after much, but very low points after a round, and a very unlikely event for Blacklist International. So is it like? Would you agree that they are at some point backing off a little bit and just steadying it on the top 12 and probably dominate the finals, or would it be otherwise?
That's what I want to believe to a certain extent. I think Blacklist International has shown a lot of changes over time. Back then, they were known as Baby Argon, and then when they got into the grand finals of the last MCP, they got picked up by Blacklist International, and now they're still playing under Blacklist International. But the changes within the teams definitely felt a bit different and sometimes off, right? The dynamics of the team, back then it was all Cobra. Cobra was the guy, he was the superstar. But we're gonna hold that thought for now, because for X-Men Expert, they are visited by SAF, a team that just took out Freedom Rumble. So SAF is going to be the second team that is very bloodthirsty, and in fact, they are ready to go for this push. Let's go. Let's fight Maru. The glue wall is going to keep him safe, but McRory is going to have his back. In fact, Daemon will continue that aggression, pushing forward into 4X-Men Expert, and Let's Go has his back covered. They're going to get that first kill. Maru will come in from the other side of the tent, but SAF have all the angles covered, and Daemon, even though with 19 HP, does not back off from a fight.
Hey, Damon right now, a little bold move in there, a little risky move, but it's a good thing the rest of the teams are in there. But no, the backstab against Damon will be bringing him down. It's now a 3-on-3 battle. We have 4 X-Men in the air going in for the kill. Let's go, taking down Maru, and we have 4 bids, the only one remaining at this point. They might have been lucky against FRU, but 4 X-Men Expert will not give them any hesitation, and they will be taking them down.
Yeah, Metrics, they are also showing up as well. They're taking down members of PXG. They're actually taken up by a separate team, excuse me, but it's gonna be UMB, Umbrella Reborn, challenging Metrics. In the previous game, we saw how Grizzly eliminated Metrics, but this is payback time if Metrics can find those kills. But it seems like Umbrella Reborn so far looking so good as the kill feed lights up kills happening all over the map. Matrix goes for the challenge, Manchai goes for the 1-for-1 trade, but it seems like Matrix are winning out the long fight, and it's gonna be Grizzly left alive for his team. He has been the MVP of the previous match, but can he do it this time? It seems like Matrix wants to deny that heroic tale of Umbrella Reborn, and Grizzly will have to take this catapult and fly far away into the circle. It's gonna be shot nonetheless, but if he can land, he will survive.
Yeah, I mean, a good escape from Grizzly at that point. Unfortunate for the rest of the teams, they have been taken down, and for looking at the kills, they weren't able to take any at that point. So I think there's more of a placement gameplay from side of Umbrella Reborn, but we have in here Wills, who we mentioned earlier, who's normally getting in the position, a high ground, and yeah, you were right. They're not going in from the top of some of the compounds or the buildings in here. They're going in midway, getting, or I think probably it's because most of the teams are expecting to look higher up into the building, and Wheels don't want to be spotted.
I wonder if there is any teams at Refinery now that Wheels is not there. I guess the closest one is still the members of Wheels, Aoki. They probably want to hold this area, expecting if Almighty plays the same way as the last round, Wheels might be able to catch them. But it seems like Almighty, they are not even on the radar. We are seeing Blacklist International on the far east, and we are seeing AKO Legends towards the center of the map. Almighty is very far away, but I believe they did find XBR, as one of the members of XBR was going for kind of a roaming scouting mission. So now with that information relayed, Almighty will have to be a bit more cautious.
Yeah, I mean, Almighty, this is the usual tactic of Almighty. They get a compound, get in the second floor, and look around and try to take the kills. And I think this is why they are lacking as well when in terms of the leaderboards, because it takes them a long time before they go in for any engagement to gather a lot of kills. Yeah, in placement, you might be able to get those points, but we mentioned about the balance, and kills plus placement is a good balance, because so far from the top teams that we're looking at, and I'm looking at their statistics right now, they are balancing it off. If you got eliminated, like if you get your team eliminated early, at least get a placement. If you are getting a lot of kills, it's good if you place middle of the pack.
Yeah, that definitely is the best way to approach, and it has been kind of the way to go when it comes to the league, you know, that we've been preaching a lot, very frequently, in fact, just hoping that people would understand the concept, and I think the teams are picking up. But if you look at the circle this time, it does not favor Refinery as much, and Wills, they are left out, so now it's time for them to kind of potentially rotate in, but they are going to run into AKO if they go down south, so you see them make this huge rotation, but the UAV is going to spot them out. So in fact, Wills will be completely exposed, and if you're AKO and you are the one piloting this gadget, you have full coverage of what Views is going to do. This puts them in a very susceptible position, and for AKO, they can just take their time.
Yeah, I mean, Wills, this is where Wills was taken out from the previous one, because they were in there at the bottom of that building and then just out in the open. But I think they were able to survive AKO unless AKO rushes into them, and Wills has no time to fall back. Here we go. We have Metrics right now. I think they've heard, oh, Umbrella Reborn has been taken down. We have Chef Vic in there going in for that elimination, and the rest of the teams are just running in, trying to survive this circle. And we also have a few teams battling it out as Fast Kill right now, taking this tower, trying to survive as well as the rest of XBR tries to shoot them down. But Ali got a good position right now, but Monito will be taken out in here as Yoon tries to go in for the heal.
And FSK, they do have Ali in the building, but when you get rushed in this manner, it is very hard as a sniper to back up, simply because there's not much vision, not much line of sight. FSK, they've lost 2 members to XBR, and Ali, he actually can't contribute too much. Now you have to kind of rely on the circle to help you out. Guns will also be eliminated kind of off screen, but if you're XBR, now you are going to take FSK's place to be in a bad spot with Almighty watching you from a safe distance. And when Batman has his scope on you, you have to really say your prayers that he does not hit that shot.
Yeah, I mean, we know Batman. We've seen Batman on there, in there going in for those snipe kills, but unfortunately, they're getting 0 kills right now. They're waiting, like what was mentioned earlier, they're waiting a little bit too long to get into the engagement, and hopefully they'll be able to gather up onto the kills as well as the placement, because they have a good spot right now to go into the 5th circle, and they have a good line of sight against the rest of the teams as well.
And Almighty just playing the time to the very last second. They see 4-bits trying to rush through, and this is one of the gatekeeping strategies that a lot of teams employ. But it means that when it comes down to crunch time, you got a Windows fight. Blacklist International now on the screen as Wheels will lose 3 members, and Limit is gonna be the last man standing. He does have the time turner, but he has no time to go for the revive. In fact, Blacklist International will strike fast, and they will strike hard. They take out everyone from the side of Wheels. Now it's time for them to go for the revive, as Almighty will have to make their move as well, but XBR is under that. 4-bit with a huge nade, taking out 3, opening up the exit for Almighty, only to take them down. It's 4-bit all alone, AQ in his back. He is the hero for SAF.
Yeah, what a kill from Forbes in there. But we have we have Blacklist International as well in here. I think they are making their move in there. I think they heard me when I called them out. They are just making their move and trying to get a lot of kills at this point. There are now 4 teams remaining at this point, and Phoenix right now going in for that melee hit, and Blaz is already down, being picked up right now with 3 members of Blacklist International. They have a good chance to go in for the booyah at this point. Hopefully they'll be able to defend themselves and go against another team, but AKO will not be waiting. Rostox in there will be taking down, eliminating Blacklist International at this point.
AKO just hanging by the skin of the teeth. 4-bits is still around, and he has done more than enough. The last survivor of the team now is going to go and challenge Shark. Ali is already down. If Shark goes down, 4-bits is going to have a chance, but Shark is ready. He finally eliminates 4-bits. He's going to get Ali back up, but look at who has the high ground advantage. It is AKO Legend. Once more, back in the same spot. Deja vu for AKO, and they also have the man advantage. If there's any pressure right now, it's gonna be on Team Fast Q's shoulders. AKO will go in onto Shark, and Shark is already down. Ali trapped, and he is dead. AKO repeats what they have lost in the previous game, and they get the booyah once more.
And this is the consistency that we're talking about. I don't think AKO was really disappointed from the previous one. This is the chance for them to show us that they have what it takes to go in and take this booyah, as they go and did it once again. Escape.
Yeah, and if you missed out the past match that we had to unfortunately remake, you probably don't even you don't need to bother about that too much, because we can tell you right now, the winner of the round is still the same. I'm pretty sure our hosts will agree that this is consistency at its finest. Let us bring back both Dana Lee and Holler and see what they thought or what they think of that round.
Great match. This is kind of what we expected, right? AKO was just like, yeah, we got one taken away from me. I'm going to take this one again, and I'm just going to win this one all out. And it kind of helped some teams. It hurt others by having that remake. PXG eliminated first. That was a disaster for them. SAF got a decent number of kills. I think, what was his name? 4-bit?
4-bits.
He just cut, 4-bits. Yeah, he got like a 3 grenade. He pulled a Grizzly, which is weird because, you know what I mean, like, because that didn't count. But at the end of the day, nonetheless, they really showed up. I think they really proved just how strong these teams are. AKO is like, okay, it doesn't matter how many times you remake it. We're going to keep on winning. We're going to do what we can. Kalahari is our map.
Yeah, I think FRU is a little bit disappointed with their remake as well, right? I mean, they got completely wiped by SAF this time compared to the previous round where they almost finished off SAF, but sometimes things happen. And I think it also just goes to show that FRU, because of last round, they thought, okay, we are very confident. If we run into SAF again, we're just going to try and overrun them. But the overconfidence is probably what really shot them in the foot there, right? Because the first time they encountered them, you're going to be giving SAF a lot of respect. You know this is a strong team. But then sometimes when you beat someone the first time, you think, I can do that again. I can absolutely do it. Oh, no. No. Okay, sorry guys. We messed up.
I think for SAF, they definitely felt better because so much coincidence happened, right? SAF in the round that was remade, SAF also got third place, but with far lesser kills. This time they also got third place, but Forbes got a huge 8 kill all by himself. So if you're SAF, that is a huge win.
That could be a massive
going back
highlight.
to the record I think so far has been 8 kills, Embelor with 8, and now at Forbids with 8. So these guys top tier in terms of kills. I'm just looking for a partner who will play with me that can get 8 kills in a round. Anyone?
You're asking the wrong
Escape,
people.
Just a disclaimer: in any shooter that I play, I am not the fragger. I can't frag. I'm the support guy. You want a medkit?
Yeah.
Here you go. You want me to be a bait? I am that bait, but I can't shoot.
Okay, I'll consider you the pseudo support because, okay, you're looking at the true support here, right? The person that carries everything for everybody. I won't shoot a gun. I'll carry everything for you. That's about it. But
So
this
you're the mule of the team? Is that what it is?
I'm the mule. I just carry everyone's things. I mean, just now, but this is just basically a replay of what happened in game 1, except topsy-turvy. SAF crushes it. FRU a little bit sad. I feel bad for FRU because they did so well during the A versus B bracket, and now, I mean, to lose out first in the Kalahari match for B versus C, that's really going to hurt them in the long run because they're still trying to get those points to catch up.
But that is the FRU we know. As much as it stings for them, it wouldn't be FRU if they did not have a few rounds where they just, run into a wall a couple of times. And this round is a good depiction of that. Definitely not what FRU liked, but it does remind us of what Freedom Rumble still is and will be for the rest of the league.
They're an aggressive team, right? And they're just going to continue to push it. I think it kind of came back to the whole, the map, right? Kalahari, you're going to have some sort of fights that are, bunched up like this. You're going to get third party quite a lot. And sometimes terrain is not on your side. And luck is definitely one of those things that you might have an issue with. Yep, go on.
I remember seeing this moment, right? Like, Phoenix he's running in with the scythe, and then he doesn't pull out a gun. It was as if he wanted to try and get the last hit with his scythe. I was a little bit confused about that moment because I thought Phoenix was actually going to be able to redeem his team there. Maybe it was lag or something. I mean, we did have lag issues just now, so maybe there's still some fragments of lag. But anyways, that game is done and dusted. We've got our round standings for our first match of Group B versus C. AKO Legends, they're the ones to grab the booyah. Also going to be sitting pretty in first place with 19 points. With SAF in second. Wow.
Can you believe it? That one guy, this is the proof that one guy can do wonders. I think 4 bits, he got 8 kills, so you plus the 2 from I think the beginning. So they had 10 kills and then they got knocked out in third place. That's 18 points. If you're SAF and you only survive with one guy, that's a win for SAF. AKO Legends might have gotten a booyah, but I think SAF got more out of that round.
And they really shook it up. I mean, this is one of those matches where if you're looking at Freedom Rumble right now, I think they were 4th place. PXG was 2nd place right now. Woos was top 4, top 6, I think, at this point. But they're all on the bottom. They're looking up right now at everyone else. And the only one that's consistently scoring those points is SAF. Yes, it helped getting a remake and getting those kills. But if we're looking at what they're doing, it's about getting those kills and making sure that you're consistent. It's Supreme Assault Forces. They've been nothing but consistent in this league.
Yeah, taking a look at some of the other teams in the brackets here, PJ Radicals gonna be pretty upset with themselves here. I mean, they didn't even get any kills at all. They just got flat out knocked out with Freedom Rumble. For X-Men, I thought they would do a lot better, but it just seems that this round they were shot down, cut down, destroyed. I really don't know what to say about them for this round.
Yeah, and I think Neptune did touch a bit on Almighty and how Almighty is a more passive team, right? They always take their time, and we witnessed that they camped in a compound and then they waited until the very last second, and that resulted them getting taken out by Forbes. So I want to hear what Neptune has to say about Almighty after that round. This is their debut for Saturday, so it must mean something, right?
Yeah, I mean, that's where that tactic really backfired on them. because they are expected to be there at some point onto the edge. And Saf Forvids did a great job actually taking out. I'm thinking he was just expecting to take out at least one or two, but three with that frag in there. And Almighty, they need to move in a little bit faster into the middle and probably against some teams, because we've seen them from previous days. They're just waiting, and unless they are pushed into the compound, they will not fire back that easily.
I'm surprised they've actually adopted their old style of play, because previously their ideal style of play was they would basically head into the center of the map, they'll find a good compound, and they would just camp there and pick players off as they're coming in. And then they had to adapt to the new meta, which was basically running at people, basically going in melee with the double vectors. Now they've decided to try and go back to this old play style. Husky, I'm going to have to ask your opinion about this. Like, does this style actually fit with how teams are playing now?
But I think just to a certain extent, because when you play long range, you have to make sure that you have this critical zone that the enemies don't enter, right? But with how most of the players, they just run at your face with a shotgun, a double vector, or even if they play at mid-range, they have the grenade launcher and the frags. It is just so much more important for you to land your shots, and if you don't, you just put yourself in a very unfavorable position, like where Almighty was in just now.
In Kalahari, next up is going to be Purgatory. Can they continue the streak? Husky, Neptune, please take it away.
Thank you very much to our very beautiful and handsome hosts. Well, unfortunately, I'm not. It doesn't look like Holler. Hopefully, I would find out what his skincare is. But Husky, are you prepared to see how match number 4 is going to unfold right now? As this is a different map, and we've felt what is or what happened from the previous match in there from Kalahari.
I am definitely ready. Okay, that did not sound convincing at all. Let me redo it. I was born ready for match number 4. My mind was kind of drifting off a bit, thinking about how these teams are gonna approach game number 4, and it seems like I might have gotten a bit of that answer, because Umbrella Reborn, they did drop in Central alongside PXG. And so far, judging from what we have seen about PXG, they are a pretty strong team. They are in the second place at least before game 3 started. They have a considerable amount of points to work with before they get knocked down the placement. But at the same time, I think a lot of weight is placed onto just Ray Meow and Insanity alone. You want to see a bit more from the other two, and I think if they step up, maybe PXG will be a bit more consistent overall.
Yeah, I mean, I have quite an idea why PXG Radicals is dropping on Central, because from the previous week they went into this map, they went in Central and just dominated the field. But Umbrella, on the other hand, is an easy target, because I've seen them for 2 matches dropping into Central. So I think PXG is just picking up from what they've experienced previously and just going in for those, I would say, quick kills if they can pull it off.
It's more of PXG exerting their dominance, right? I think throughout a league, there will be a point where teams just claim a territory for themselves, and that's where they kind of become the alpha. Sometimes it ends up being a scenario of territorial takeover, whatever reality show name that is gonna be. So I think for PXG, they definitely look pretty comfortable on Central, like you mentioned, but UMB, they have to decide whether they want to take the fight or they want to back off.
Yeah, I mean, if they will be able to take the fight at that point, despite of being in that situation and being known, hopefully they are prepared. Because here we go, we have Zales already being taken down, but there's Remiel in there with a shotgun, but Error will try to go in. It's now left to iPans right now, being the only one, but no, Remiel, as what you mentioned, the star is in here dominating the field, 4-man strong. PXG Radicals still up.
Yeah, I mean, PXG Radical is Remiel all over the score, all over the kill feed. He is the miracle child, and that is why you should always keep your eyes on him. A good start for PXG, not a good start for UMB. unfortunately, Umbrella Reborn, they did not have the best of week 1, and it seems like week 2 so far, at least for the Saturday, has not gone the way that Umbrella Reborn would have wanted it to be. You know, being in the bottom of the rankings and still suffering all these early losses is not going to help. The 4X-Men Expert, they're going to try and change the course of history a bit with this push into XBR, and they've already gotten themselves 3 kills.
Yeah, I mean, good play in here from 4X-Men Expert. I mean, not that's what we're expecting from this team. I mean, especially on this one, Freedom Rumble. Though, yeah, it might have been an upset from the previous round, but we know, you just mentioned earlier that this is the Freedom Rumble that we all that you often know, that the Free Fire community knows. They might be taken down, but they are trying to get up. Vegeta and Oren right now is in here. Oh no, Oren is in there. I think I spoke too soon. Vegeta is the only one remaining in here. They're being pushed, and Freedom Rumble will be taken down once again. And Almighty, I think they heard me when I said go into the early engagement. They went in there for the elimination.
Yeah, they didn't just went in on any team. They went in on Freedom Rumble, a team that you would expect to be in Almighty's shoes in this scenario. But Freedom Rumble, if there's anything we know about them, they're an aggressive team. They are a team that is relentless, and they are a pretty stubborn team as well. But in this case, it was just Almighty playing a better round. You know, this is Freedom Rumble's last round of the day, and they got knocked out 2 times in a row in last place with no points to show. This is definitely going to hurt the overall standings for them, but if you're Almighty, you would take that morale boost any day. This is kind of the redemption for Almighty.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, if you'll be able to take down a team wherein most of them will be backing out, yeah, I mean, it's a boost for Almighty at this point. And yep, they need to catch up on the point as well. Now, we were talking about the drops earlier, and just to say, Umbrella Reborn in there, I was looking at my notes and they dropped onto Central most of the time. So I think that is why PXG Radicals was able to eliminate them and also take advantage of that moment. Now, if you are a team in here going in, but before we go on to that discussion, let's see how Blacklist International is trying to go in against SAF. SAF, the top teams of this match, and Blacklist International is also trying to move up into the ranks. Will this be a change of pace for Blacklist International, Husky?
They definitely hope for that to be the case. You know, these guys are hanging very near Moat House. And I think Phoenix, he went for those early pot shots, but he was tagged. So you can see that those little moments forcing Blacklist International to completely let go of that high ground advantage. Now the only guy there is going to be Cobra. He will have Clanks to back him up. And SAF, they are not even bothered about this. Judging from how the circle is, the closer you are to Moat House, I feel like it's very disadvantageous, which is why I personally don't like Moat House at all. I feel like if you go onto Moat House, it is just purely you don't feel like fragging and playing aggressive, but it does hurt you when those rotations start coming through because you need to move farther and you are going to end up at the outskirts of the circle most of the time.
Yeah, I mean, looking at the history as well, we have Blacklist International who's already used Moat House as their dropping point. So unless anyone is waiting for them, as Saf also goes into the field. So I really looked into those drops because I want to get more insights and how the teams go in on these rotations. And that's where I saw Blacklist International usually or oftenly goes into Moat House, but they are now going once again against Saf, and they are not really doing that much on eliminating SAF right here, but SAF is a little bit spread out too thin, or Blacklist is a little spread out too thin as well. It's out in open on this high ground.
Yeah, at SAF, they did lose Let's Go. I believe it was Phoenix or Clanks that took him out. So a good pickup for Blacklist International, considering how they are the one who has to move into the circle and get past SAF. But we saw what SAF 4-bits alone can do when he's put in a pinch. So you're definitely not doubting what SAF is capable of. In fact, if you look behind Blacklist International, fast kill is on the horizon. So this is not going to be as easy as it is, but Phoenix finds a good shot onto Forbes. This is gonna give room for Blacklist International to reposition themselves, and you just have to love how Phoenix assessed the situation.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good play in there from Phoenix, and trying to go in for the flank, trying to get them or SAF off on their position, because yep, information is the key. They know that SAF is already on that compound, and Blacklist International has an open field wherein they can flank left or right. But I think they also have some idea that Fast Kill will be in here, and Ali right now trying to push in against one member, and there you go, Monito is able to take down Cobra at this point.
And this is the opportunity that a lot of teams would have taken, right? When we looked at game one, we talked about how Enigmax were a bit too slow to pull the trigger, but not Fast Q. Fast Q, they are kind of the doppelganger of Freedom Rumble. They are aggressive, but Freedom Rumble is a bit more consistent. But this Fast Q is a bit more different. They went through a slight roster change, same as Freedom Rumble. So the elements of aggression probably would be outer a bit, but what is true to them is that they have Ali, who likes to play these kind of long range. When you go out on a dangerous mission, you want someone to cover your back, and Ali is that agent that you look for.
Yeah, I mean, it wouldn't matter that much if some teams are different approach. Well, like what you mentioned, Fast Kill is like Freedom Rumble, but with a few difference. Yeah, that is their play style, and yeah, Ali with that sniper, having someone to look over your back. I mean, I need someone to go over it just in case I go in for the push, because I'm more of a rusher at that point when it comes to play. But we'll have to find out. Will Embalor, the rusher and the sniper, this guy is something, because he goes in for the early engagement as well as long push. But there you go, Goku's only remaining for 4 X-Man or X-Fort at this battle against PXG Radicals, and Barba was able to take down a few of them.
Yeah, when you run away from Wheels and you run into PXG Radicals, that is just pure unlucky, and Goku, he will have to just do whatever he can. In the meantime, we saw Raymel, he was able to just flatten Spade with a vehicle. That is the roadkill that people like to see, and Barbar is not going to let anyone get away. In fact, Forestman Expert, they are now eliminated. PXG Radicals, contrary to game number 3, they are looking really strong in this round.
Yeah, I mean, seeing PXG Radicals with a vehicle at that point reminds me of the FFPO. And this is the PXG Radicals that I love, because they are very unorthodox compared to the other teams. They use different methods to go in for those hunts and for those push. Hopefully, they'll be able to pull it off right now as we go into MCP, because we haven't seen them doing the same gameplay from the previous days that we've watched them play.
And I always love how the major shakes up how these teams approach, right? Some teams, they keep their identity, but some teams, they try to make those adjustments. You know, we see Freedom Rumble, they are still Freedom Rumble, but Blacklist International, they've made a bit of an adjustment. They've tweaked a bit of how they approach these games, and so far, at least for Blacklist, it hasn't been working out the way that they intended it to. But for Freedom Rumble, they're comfortable. You know, they lose one round, whatever. They come back the next round and they're just gonna run at you over and over again. If this is a rodeo, Freedom Rumble is that bull that you don't want to erase, because he will run at you every single chance that he gets.
Yeah, I mean, you really don't want to go against Freedom Rumble at that point, as Husky has just described. But let me tell you, if you will be given a chance, like a week long, to like rest or practice before the next week of the MCP majors, how much would you spend on practicing and how much on learning?
Well, for me, since I don't have competitive play experience, unfortunately, but judging from what I've observed, I feel like the most effective way is just you put like 8 to 10 hours a day, and you put probably 60% into practice and 40% into review. That's just a very rough take, right? I can't say speak for all the teams, but that feels really reasonable for me, even though just from talking about it, I feel tired already. Now, I cannot imagine the amount of effort these players put in. But I think you brought up a good point. The balance between learning more about the game and just practicing alone does make a difference. And I wonder, and I show a lot of respect for how these players, find the perfect balance on the skill of learning about the game, even though they are pros, and just practicing more about what they know.
Yeah, I mean, just like we have in there. Oh, we have
What?
Almighty going in for that kill from afar, and I thought MTX Metrics is just shooting one of their teammates in there. Oh, this is Rin OP just healing, and it was Almighty from afar in there. Shira was trying to go in for the long-range shot as the rest of the teams are going in for the push, and Rin is right now just waiting for the chance to go in for the back from the back out. They are trying to hide off and back out from this area, but there's nowhere to run at this point from Metrics because they will be stopped at some point. We have Almighty from above in front, and we have Wills from behind, so Metrics will be stuck in the middle.
And this is a farmhouse under siege by Almighty. They are just waiting for the opportunity. And sometimes methodical approaches. What you want to do is Metrics. They did take out the UAV. That's mean Wills knows where they are. Meanwhile, AKO Legends going in on the assault onto fast kill once more. Montino is going to be the first one to go down as Almighty on the other side are taking out Metrics as fast as they can. And this is going to be a two different fights happening at the same time, but AKO, since they were the teams that got the booyah, the spotlight is going to be on them. They are just slowly choking out fast kill. They're making fast kill decide whether they want to take the plunge, and AKO, they're just going to wait for that opportunity.
And opportunity it is that they have to wait for, because we have AKO right now just guarding them, backing out. Freedom Rumble right here, and here we go. Rosox right now was able to go in. What?
He walked into a landmine. It was all planned by AKO. They put it in front of the main entrance, knowing that someone's gonna run into it. And now with that member down, AKO just plays cleanup. Just genius from AKO Legends, and it worked out.
Yeah, I mean, I don't really, wasn't expecting that. I think that was the first time that we've been seeing that here, well, on a spectator, but that was a good play in there by AKO and a good plan indeed. I mean, if you'll be able to bait one of the teammates in there and back out a little bit, then you might be able to do the repeat. But we have Batman in there taking out one of the members of PXD Radicals. They're still 4-man strong, and we have Saf Forbids right now going in on shots against Almighty. So Saf right now, Forbids is really getting the highlights, though right now they don't have any kills just yet.
Yeah, they are struggling to make it into the safe zone for sure, with Almighty just guarding that freeway. PXG Radicals, they have, I believe, 12 kills already, and they are still trying to amp it up. They only have Tana mode left alive, but they've done so much. Almighty as well, racking up those numbers as Cannot Brain will be the latest team to be sent back to the lobby. But SAF, like you mentioned, with no kills just yet, desperately wants to push in. And Almighty, they have two teams they need to be aware of. One is PXG Radicals and one is SAF.
I mean, SAF right now in a very cheeky spot, a very tight spot. We have Almighty from above in there, and they need to push that, probably for a kill as well, or just to get away. But PXG Radicals will be taken out in there. Almighty is just all over getting kills from afar, and Forbids will be taken down as well. It is now left to one member from SAF. It's Daemoon, and they're trying to go against Shira, and we have AKO right now trying to push into the zone as well. We have Rosok right on the high ground. Wills will be eliminated by Taken, and here comes Seiko's getting too close for comfort, but will be taken down in there.
They should be able to revive him because he made it into the safe zone. He crawled into the safe zone. So AKO back in a position of power. They are actually the team with the most members. SAF's gonna go down. Shira now becomes the last standing member of Almighty. And is it mighty enough to push this round? It seems like AKO wants the kill. And AKO repeats another round of victory. They rejoice with this twofer. Is a second booyah for AKO Legends.
I mean, no one will be questioning that anymore if AKO can be doing a repeat, because earlier it was a remake and they did a booyah. This time it's different round and another booyah coming from AKO Legends. And I know what you're talking about. I know what you're thinking. This might be a little bit too much of hype for AKO Legends, but they really deserve it, like what we said, Husky.
Yeah, it's consistent. If you include the round that was remade, this is a hat trick. This is a triple crown. No, they've completed the holy trinity of a league stage. They played 5 games, they got 3 booyahs. I take that any day, and I'm pretty sure the host will agree. Let's welcome back both Danley and Holler onto the broadcast because AKO Legends are popping off today.
Wow, I think that's all I can say. Wow.
I mean, AKO Legends, right? Like Legends, like legendary. That was pretty sick, right? The fact that they got three booyahs in a row. Yeah, one didn't count, but still, this is just the perfect way to end the day, right? You couldn't have asked for anything more in terms of, yeah, they didn't do so well maybe in the A versus B, but going into this one, who'd have thought that they would get booyah after booyah? This team is ready to play, and I'm looking to see more of these guys in the league.
Yeah, and I think, especially for Group B, right, we literally had the top 3 teams, so AKO Legend, PXG Radicals, and SAF. And with AKO Legends getting the 2 booyah, I feel like when we look at the overall standings later on, we probably will see a huge shift in that top 3 spot.
Actually, I want to see how the leaderboard shakes up after this, right? Because we've seen some not really unconventional teams, but teams that we didn't really expect to do well really rise up today, whereas the popular teams, they've been rather average.
I mean, 4X-Men, they got 10th. Freedom Rumble got 12th, eliminated first. I mean, that's going to be a bad one, right? At the end of the day, I think that's kind of what you're going to have in terms of Battle Royale. Sometimes you're lucky, sometimes you do get eliminated, but I mean, at the end of the day, if you can stay alive like SAF did, I mean, they had 2 left for the longest period of time, and they were like, yeah, we're not getting any kills, but it's just about placements, just survive. I mean, they were holding hands at the end of the day and just holding their breath, just making sure that nobody would find them, and they did pretty well. I think they finished with 3rd place or whatever, so that's pretty good for them. But Neptune, any team that stuck out to you, though?
I mean, apart from AKO Legends, who is really dominating those matches, well, we have SAF. Like, I'm just happy that they are adjusting like what they're doing right now. They have 4 men. If they are going in for the engagement, yes, a little bit early this time, Danelli, compared to the previous tactics that they have. They are going in earlier on those battles, but the moment that they lose some of the members, they change it up a little bit and go in for a few picks as well as the placement. So that's those small adjustment when things move differently. That's what I love about this team.
Yeah, so I mean, it's going to be A versus C coming up. But
Yes,
Danley, sorry.
That is
yeah.
exactly what I said.
Oh, okay. Well, go on.
It's funny. I was just basically saying that B's done for today. So now it's going to be A versus C. We've had a very strong performance from teams in Group B, but what does this mean for teams in A and C? Is it just going to be the C domination, or are we going to see the rise of A? Because I think this is something that I really want to happen right now. We've seen B take off, we've seen C take off. A has just been there. I guess the best way to describe them, it's like the A and B are the main characters of a movie, and then you just have the rest of the cast, which is Group A. Right? I really want to see someone rise up. And the closest is Argon MY, but so far it seems like their efforts haven't quite reached that level yet.
They had 2 pretty bad games. I'm not going to lie. Argon, Malaysia, I like that you pointed them out. I thought that this is a team to watch, but I mean, when they're going to have days where they don't show up, it's going to be a bit of a struggle. So they did have a break. And I know that Husky, you wanted to say something else on this team.
Yeah, I agree with what Danley pointed out, right? Argon Malaysia was definitely a team in the spotlight that people have a lot of expectations for. But another team that we pointed out during the broadcast and we wanted to see more is actually Almighty. They took 1 round of loss and they immediately came back with a different approach. And we saw that in the previous round. Even though AKO Legends got the booyah, Almighty got 2nd place. And I think they got 9 or 10 kills towards the very end. So that kind of switch up is what we expected from Argon MY, but it was Almighty who showed us how this done right.
Right, so I believe we're going to be looking at the standings in just a second, and now we do need to take into consideration, after this, we'll be seeing the total standings. Almighty going to be very proud of themselves, actually going to be sitting in a tie with AKO Legends. So they may not have gotten the Booyah, but to be fair, they won the war.
What a crazy turn of events, right? Like if we're looking at the top 6 to 8 teams that we had even going into this, the overall standings, and all of those guys are at the bottom. I mean, Blacklist International's below with only 3 points. PXG, Freedom Rumble, like you got a donut. You know, you didn't get coffee with that donut. You got nothing.
On donuts. Stop hating on donuts. I can't. Okay, donuts are delicious. Stop hating on donuts.
I mean, but they're not getting anything, right? They need to show up. They need to get some sort of kills. And I mean, yes, it sucks, but it just a really bad turn of events for them. And they're gonna close out this day on some of it a downer.
I'm so triggered though. Poor donuts. Donuts didn't do anything wrong with you. Okay. Anyways, minus the donuts. So I'm really keen to see what we're going to be looking at for the overall leaderboard now, since we've gotten point allocations for A, B, and C. Although B will be a little bit ahead in terms of points because they've completed both of their matches. So how far are some of these teams going to be able to take it to try and take this first place away from SAF? I have a feeling today SAF is still going to be able to maintain that first place position just because it's so good.
And there is I believe there was an error on the round standings. No,
really?
Yeah, I thought I was tripping, but apparently not. There were 2 PXG radicals. So we'll wait a while for the updated one, then we'll see who's the true team that got the donut. Okay, not a donut, an egg. Sorry, Daniel Lee, please.
An egg.
Okay. If it makes you feel any better, Daniel Lee, I accidentally made coffee instead of hot chocolate. So, yeah, if you want to rejoice at my sorrow to start off the day, that can be a good revenge for me talking about donuts in a negative light.
You could send me some calamari, I'll be pretty happy. Alright, so since I'm waiting for the leaderboard, I want to talk about the teams in groups A versus C. Like, looking at the performance of the teams today, do you guys feel it's still going to be that C domination?
I think it definitely could be a good beginning, but I think, you know, it's probably also good to hear what Neptune has to say, because he pointed a lot about Almighty, right? And I think perhaps Almighty would be the team that starts to spearhead Group C into the limelight. We know that Group B is still the superstar, and Group C is the one lagging behind. It's like you have the smart kid in the class, and then Group C is the very hardworking one, but not as smart, at least for now. So what do you think, Neptune?
Yeah, I mean, I think today it has been mentioned earlier on earlier part. Today might be the rise of A, but they might not be rising that high. But at least they're moving. There's a little bit of movement. I mean, you don't want to be left in there as a whole group stuck at the bottom, but we'll have to find out how this has changed. And with that change, I think it will provide a little bit of motivation for everyone. Speaking of motivation, and we have the code right here.
Yeah, so the code here, everyone can redeem it. Just put that into your app, and everyone's gonna get the Valentine box skin. It's pretty long, but it starts with MCP. Take a screenshot, send it to your buddies, send it to your lover, because apparently it's a Valentine skin. So apparently, you know, it's very romantic, and nothing is more romantic than a Free Fire skin Valentine gun. I don't know. I'm not sure. I'm really reaching on that one, but nonetheless, everybody has access to it. Danny's like, why is this guy talking? But I think that you just haven't gotten his skin. You don't appreciate these type of gifts.
This is
I feel
where
like I approach Valentine's Day a bit differently than you, so okay.
This is where I have to side with Holler a bit, because I sincerely believe that we are kind of the Oprah Winfrey, you know, of giving out skins. It's not the first come first serve. Like if you are here during the MCP Oprah Winfrey session, you will get your hands on skins. Like who doesn't love it? Like instead of, imagine you go to a show and people just throw out random packages and there's only 10 of them, they toss it into a crowd of 1,000, you are most likely not going to get it. Even if you get your hands on it, people will yank it away. But this one, everyone gets it. So no, I'm not complaining at all.
Like going to a birthday party and then you get those little candy bags at the end.
Yes.
The
Or is
goodie
that
bags.
just my childhood?
The goodie bags.
You guys had it too? I'm just making sure because I'm not sure if everyone's had
Yeah.
birthday.
You have to give out goodie bags as a birthday party. Isn't that?
Actually,
Don't you do that today? You should do that as an adult, or we should
that's-
start the trend, if anything.
That's what I want to do with my kid. He's a bit young for it though, but I want to ask. Okay, since we're waiting for these brackets, it's about to come up. What's the weirdest goodie bag you've ever gotten?
Weirdest goodie bag? I actually can't remember. I think all of the goodie bags for me were the same. Just candies, chocolate, nothing out of the ordinary.
Yeah, for me, I wouldn't say it's weird, but it's just different when you have school supplies as a goodie bag from a birthday party.
I mean, I'd be pretty happy.
Yeah, it's just different, not really weird.
Ola?
I got candy. I think I got like a pencil one time. But yeah, I guess nothing too crazy.
All right. I mean, mine wasn't too crazy. I think there was just this one goodie bag I remember hating as a kid because the candies in it were the disgusting ones that were shaped like teeth.
What?
Really?
You got
I
no?
definitely have not heard of that. No,
No?
definitely not of a tooth-shaped candy. Don't think I've
Okay.
seen it. Don't think I've heard of it.
You guys could Google it. It's just this disgusting candy. I don't know what flavor it is, but basically it just looks like someone's dentures.
Tastes like calcium. I bet.
No. I don't know what it is. Maybe it's like this disgusting spearmint. Anyways, yeah, disgusting. Don't eat those candies. If you like them, you can have mine. I don't like them.
I just Googled them, and yes, I am kind of scared. Wow, that's traumatic.
Yeah.
That seems like somebody that doesn't like you.
I mean, everyone got it, so clearly, like, this girl's parents did not like this birthday party. Anyways, that's not important. Denture candies, don't eat them. What we are looking forward to is the overall bracket standings for A, B, and C. Now, we do still have one more group to play out after this, but we'll take a look at the standings after the break because we need to go to the toilet, and that means you also need to go to the toilet. You have to grab your snacks and come back so you can enjoy some more Free Fire action. We'll see you guys after this break.
Dia secepil saja kiranya circle mengecil boleh mengganggu pergerakan mereka dan launcher diberikan ramai berjaya bagi pada Gotan. Itu kita lihat kali ini.
Sedikit lagi.
Berjaya menjatuhkan last minute itu. Ada wow. Gila Goku berjaya.
Terus oleh pasukan Argon. Kebangkitan yang sangat bergaya ditunjukkan oleh pasukan Argon sekarang ini. 6 kill akan menunjukkan strategi, tetapi kita lihat X2 dijatuhkan juga. Dan akhirnya mengenai 3 player full expert dan kita lihat bagaimana Berari menguasai kawasan di atas 4 pasukan Blacklist Cobra telah pun dijatuhkan. Kita lihat 3 Blacklist di depan kawan. Faskil Syah masih lagi bertahan. Cuba depan sekarang ini. Masih lagi di bawah. Sementara itu Hughes di bagian jabatan menyingkirkan Duizi Spade yang sebenarnya berjaya mendapatkan alih terakhir dan melepaskan Duizi terbaik ke-6. 5 squad saja lagi yang tinggal sekarang ini.
Ya, Wheels dan Bloody Head sekarang. Barai double play tadi dilakukan oleh wah, itu dah knock berjaya dimeratakan Wheels. Berjaya meratakan pihak lawan Bloody Head sebentar tadi.
Triple kill. Shut down. Quadruple kill. Quadruple kill.
Dia secepil saja kiranya circle mengecil boleh mengganggu pergerakan mereka dan launcher diberikan ramai berjaya bagi pada Gotan. Itu kita lihat kali ini.
Sedikit lagi.
Berjaya menjatuhkan last seperti itu. Ada wow. Wow. Gila XP Goku berjaya beratakan.
Terus oleh pasukan Argon. Kebangkitan yang sangat bergaya ditunjukkan oleh pasukan Argon sekarang ini. 6 kill akan menunjukkan strategi tetapi kita lihat X2 dijatuhkan juga. Dan akhirnya mengenai 3 player for expert. Dan kita lihat
Welcome back to the MCP Majors Season 2. We've just finished up 4 games today. We still have 2 more to go, and it's between Groups A versus C. My name is Danielle. I'm going to be your host, alongside Hauler, who hates donuts. How are you doing?
For the record, I like donuts. I'm just saying that it looked kind of like a donut. When you get 0 points, right, you're going to get a donut. That's what it looks like. I'm just saying, right?
Consolation prize.
Consolation prize, yes. And to be honest, the holes ones, I think. Do you like the holes or not? Just gotta go.
Depends on how I'm feeling. Sometimes you want the juicy center. Sometimes you're just like, I'm just fine with a plain donut.
I mean, it's just the variety, right? Okay, but enough about donuts. Still, nonetheless, this is one where we're gonna see Team A back into it. They had a little bit of a breather. They got a 3-game break. But okay, what team to you kind of sticks out, and what team do you think needs to really pick it up for Team A or Group A?
Group A, I feel like the only team that really has a chance is just got to be Argon MY. We haven't really seen anyone really be able to put at least leave a mark in the competition for Groups B. So if they can't take out Group B, I don't really see much of a difference happening in Group C, but of course they can maybe pull something out today. I'm hoping it's going to be this round because I really want to see teams in Group A make it to the top 12 position, because if they don't make it to top 12, for people that don't know, they will not qualify for the next stage unless they are at least in 12th spot. And I think it was Husky, he managed to do the numbers, and then most of the teams 13 onwards are from Group A.
Yeah, and I think of only one team, that is Tactical Intex, were the only ones to kind of pick it up, at least today. I think they had like a 15-game monster game, first one, but that was pretty much it. They've been largely quiet, and if you're looking at the standings here, Bloodyhead, Tactical Intex, Zesqua, Do Easy, Argon, and Enigmax, those teams are all in Group A. They're all on the bottom. Right? We're talking about 11th, 12th place, and they're all fighting for that just to get into the grand finals. This would be crazy if only B and C ended up making it into the grand finals here.
Yeah, it would be very bizarre as well, right? Because it would just show the my goodness, I'm not sure how to describe this. I suppose like the power discrepancy between the groups. Not to say it's like, oh, you shouldn't put these teams in these groups, but this is sort of a good way to show how strong some of these teams are. And I think for the future, you've got to watch out for some of these names because you can't underestimate them. But of course, we are still waiting for this game to happen. I really hope someone in Group A is going to be able to pull something through, because I'm in sympathy mode. To put it plainly.
Look at Supreme Assault Force, 177 points. Okay, they're clearly the runner. Let's not even worry about them. But AKO Legend has even picked it up. PXG, all right, not too bad. 142, but like this is a whole nother tier. I don't think that tier is achievable by these bottom guys. But if we're looking at about 100 points, you're about 60 points away from even competing with these guys. Now or never, right? Yes. We have like, 6 or so or 5 more weeks after this weekend, but we really need to pick it up. There's no more time. Now is the time to make a stance, to kind of just get those kills, change it up. It's not going to kill you at this point. You're not going to do any worse than you're doing, I would think. So right now it's just time to pick it up.
Yeah, some of these gaps are getting a little bit too big. Now, our map for the day is going to be Kalahari. Of course, this is always going to be our first map for today for Groups A versus C. Now, we do know some teams, they do favor Kalahari as a map. It is one of their stronger maps. Blacklist International, they've been kind of sidelined today, but I'm hoping that this might be the time where we sort of see them pick it up a little bit, grab some more points, because it seems like they're dropping on the leaderboard.
Yeah. And we'll find out what's going on. This is going to be match 5 of the day. Neptune and Husky, please take it away.
Thank you once more, Danielle and Hauler, our wonderful hosts. And fun fact, Neptune, the entirety of Group A is made out of teams that came in from the qualifiers. So we don't have any direct seeding from, FFPO or FFMC. These teams have to work their way through the gauntlet to even be in the major. So maybe that could give us an idea of why Group A is still struggling, because they, were the teams that qualified. But I also, on the other hand, I also agree that they need to step up their game. The best performing squad from Group A, I believe, is Bloody Hit, and even they are not safe.
Yeah, I mean, Pocket Strats needs to be let go right now. I mean, they need to let it out. Let it out. All those strats that they have, if there are any hidden, they need to put it out right now, because this might not be, or this might be the last chance for them to move up. Because the later that you go into these matches onto the league, you might be pushed further down and out for the finals.
One thing that really caught me off guard, the fact that we are only in week 2, is that we are seeing such a big disparity in terms of skills and numbers, right? The team in the first place, SAF, they have 177 points. And if you look at the team in last place, Enigmax, they have 37 points. That's a 140 point gap. That is crazy. I share the same sentiment as our host. Super worried about these teams, but thankfully there's 2 more rounds for them to kind of climb back. Barring Umbrella Reborn, they're done for the day. But for all the other teams in Group A, at least, this is the time for them to step up.
Yeah, I mean, we mentioned about studying, we mentioned about homework and practice. Probably if they work on to the homework at this point and find out where they lose at some of the engagement and try to turn it around, they might be able to move out. As we go in for the flight, Husky.
Yeah, and this is it. Match number 5. Of course, you just look at the power ranking. Everyone is gonna side with Group C. You know, I think if people say that Group A is gonna win this out overall, I would call you crazy myself. But I'm an optimistic guy. I like a comeback story. I know I've witnessed miracles happen, and miracles, they touch my heart a lot. You know, there's a very close relationship with that phenomenon. So I definitely want to see Group A put it off. If not now, perhaps later on. But now is a good time to start.
Yeah, I mean, start now. I mean, don't wait. Start now. Show us what you got, because like we've seen, A is where we started off reading the teams as to where do we be placed, and then B just turn it around. A lot of surprises has been happening from the first day 1 is where we've seen a lot of teams, and then day 2 is where we've seen a lot of surprises. Day 3 right now from week 2, this is where we're seeing some of the bottom move up a little bit, and if they keep this on, up until the last match of the day, then we might be seeing a different set of leaderboards in here. Probably in the second half will be moving up onto the ranks.
That is, I think if you're a supporter of teams in Group A, you definitely have to bank in your wishes and your prayers for this to happen. Though I do think that with how things are going so far for Group A, it is definitely going to take a while. Just now we saw the first blood. I believe it was by Zeth. So they have gotten themselves at one point. And I think when you are, at the bottom of the leaderboard, any point is worth it. Kind of the silver scrapes scenario where you just take whatever is given to you. However, when it comes down to desperation and to get those points, sometimes you have to take out the comrades from the own group, and I think that's what Enigmax is trying to do. They did injure Type 64, but thankfully he was able to crawl to safety.
Yeah, I mean, Enigmax really needs to move up. Being in the bottom, as you mentioned, the disparity of the points, they need to do a little bit of change. And guys, for those of you watching right now, there's a lot of discussion that has been happening from the groups and the teams, what they're doing wrong, or what they should have been doing, and hopefully you're reviewing these gameplays as well. Our points is more on how we look at things, and a different perspective of the game might give a better insight for your teams, guys, to improve. So hopefully you take those into consideration, because we are in here to give you the story, and so far a lot of teams has made those adjustments.
Yeah, and I think Enigmax, they also deserve a bit of credit for making the adjustment because in FFMC, they are kind of the newer teams. They placed 16 in the group stage, so they didn't qualify for the grand finals, but they went to a full roster swap, only retaining V2, who just got taken out but not dead yet. They retain him, and everyone else is kind of new members. So they went from Enigmax All-Star to Enigmax. They qualify all the way back into MCP. So that must mean something, right? You did not make it to the grand finals in the local league, but you qualify for the major. That proves that Enigmax has what it takes, but they need something to light that blaze inside their heart. And I kind of want to look at V2 as the only remaining member from that X roster to lead the charge, but so far we haven't seen that just yet.
Yeah, I mean, we usually see V2 in their last surviving member of Enigmax before they are completely eliminated. But right now, we're seeing Shark being shot at from behind, trying to get away from this member of Argon. And Argon right now is just flanking left, and we'll have to find out. We have Fastkill, who's a little bit split up right now into this area. And I think this will be a push against this team if they will not be caught off guard.
And all eyes will be on Yun because he has the high ground, and of course it will eventually sound like a broken record when it comes to Kalahari, but high ground is important. You want to have that vantage point. It is I would say it is insanely advantageous. You know, you cannot overstate the importance because of how much leverage it gives you. It almost feels like you're cheating to a certain extent. You just see everything. You're like the all-seeing eye. And that is why Argon right now, they can't really make too much noise because if they get spotted out, Yun has a really good chance of picking them off.
Yeah, I mean, well, it's the high ground. It's information gameplay. If they have the high ground, you have the information, you have the visuals and information as where the other teams are. So I think that is why taking the high ground proves to be very effective and very OP at this point. And yeah, might have been mistaken for that what Husky mentioned. But right now we have Yoon in here already getting information on 3 members, and this is how the position is important at this point.
This is such an oppressive manner, opponent to play against, right? The only way to get out is either you have a Vico, you have sufficient glue wall, or you use a time turner. A time turner is probably the least efficient one because you have to wait. Glue wall early on, you probably don't have too much of it, and if you use it, getting that restock becomes even more difficult. You have to kind of scavenge, compounds, but knowing Kalahari, you probably won't even get too much of a chance, and vehicles are susceptible to being just blown up by gunfire. It's kind of a lose-lose situation. Damn if you do, damn if you don't. And for Argon, they should feel lucky that Fast Q pull away from that high ground.
Yeah, I mean it's the pressure as well, especially if you have the circle in there or another team hanging by behind you, and you have no choice but move or not to move entirely, not so that you won't be spotted. Those are the things that where you are on the low ground, like what we're seeing. ITX once again showing the same tactics. The higher ground, the higher the ground, the better vantage point you have. And there you go. We have Trix taking down one of the member. We have Ali also being taken down, and ITX right now is really dominating, not just because of the high ground, but because of their willingness to get into those fights.
Yeah, and ITX just completely abusing the fact that FastQ were not prepared and FastQ were desperate to get out of Mammoth. So ITX not only will get some kills for themselves, but they also saved Argon and MY, who are being pinned down by Yun. Monito is going to be the second member from FastQ to be taken out, as the rest of FastQ, they are pretty much out of the area, at least for now. But for ITX, you are going to be happy with this start. You know, they are 12th place so far in the overall leaderboard, just 3 points behind Bloodyhead. Any score right now, any addition to their rankings is going to boost them up and give them a more solid hold in this league.
Yeah, Tactical Index might be the first team after this day to break off that A, B, and C barrier that we keep talking about earlier. But here we go. We have a Metrics right now, another team who's they did great at some point, but hopefully they will be consistent. They might be going against Enigmax at this point. They are hanging back a little bit on this compound and just looking around. No, not pushing, not roaming, not hunting, and right now 0 kills. So we won't be surprised, but at this point 12 teams still remains, and this is kind of slow, don't you think, Husky?
Yeah, feels like a Kalahari map for sure. I mean, I mentioned, right, I was slightly surprised that round number 1 was just people ravaging each other on a map like Kalahari. Like, no one bothered to take the high ground. But we've kind of trickled back to that environment that we're used to, a very hearty feeling where people just play it slow and wait for the circle to kind of end the game. I'm gonna go off tangent a bit and say that for this major, every single league or major that we get, the team name, they just get more and more creative, and I'm loving. We have the Radicals, we have the Metrics, we have Tactical Intax. Like, I definitely would not think of names like that, but kudos to these guys. They not only sound good, but they're also playing on one of the biggest stages that Free Fire has to offer, on the regional stage. But we see Jemba with a 2-man nade onto Bloody Hit.
Ooh. Oh my god, Bloody Hit in there, really receiving those hits. But we are now on the visuals on wheels right now. We have Embalore and the rest of the teams, Alforte, Ayogi in Limit right now, trying to go in for the push. And, well, they are left at the bottom of this compound as the rest of the opponents are in there. Will they be able to make it? No, they just went out. And on their side, we have Bloody Head being eliminated. But this time, going back to Metrics. Metrics right now is just backing up as Wheels right now, just chasing them around like dogs. And will they be able to get away? No, we have one being taken down and the rest is still being pushed. But Evalora is already knocked down, and I don't think there's any way for them to go in for the push just yet, because their danger zone is here to above them.
Yeah, I was just about to say, when you hear Embalore and Alforte, this is a dynamic duo for Wheels.
Yeah.
The two members that, I would like to say, like, in another life, in a parallel universe, they're probably, very renowned Spanish generals just running at you, in full force. But they did lose Embalore early on, and Argon MY now getting pressured by a separate team. It's gonna be 4X-Men Expert, but at least Spark still downs Maru. Piroyo also loses his life. It's gonna be an even trade for both teams, but X2R and Spark, they're gonna be taken down swiftly and dispatched by 4X-Men Expert, as me will be the last person alive out in the open, out from the frying pan of FastQMY into the walk of ITX, Do Easy, and 4X-Men Expert.
Yeah, I mean, being solo right now, unfortunate for X2R in there. There's a chance that X2R might have survived in there, but it's a little bit too late in getting into that circle. And here we go. We have ITX right now going against DE, Do Easy, and they are just waiting. And I like to see another tactical push in here, but here we go. I think one has already dropped off outside, and Saya has been taking down. Tricks in there going in for the elimination. The pickup is being attempted in here, but we have Tricks right now stuck in this corner and trying to go in, slowly creeping in, taking down already.
And this looks pretty good for ITX. In fact, those glue walls are now working in favor of Do Easy for sure. We just give Tricks some time, but they're just gonna spray through the glue wall, and Tricks becomes the collateral in that situation. He loses his life. Thankfully for ITX, they still have two members alive, and Zeth, on the other hand, they have full vision and information of where Enigmax is. Zeth, they will have a lot of room to work with, but can Blade make this work? He is in a very oppressive and offensive position now. To flush Enigmax out is going to be the next step. The circle is closing in. Enigmax will have to make a move.
I think it's Lavitz who's just waiting, and this is a big tactic. And the moment that the rest of the teams are already inside the circle, and the teams from Enigmax is going outside of those windows, that's a chance for Lavitz. But we have 4X-Man spurt right now. Goku and Spade, and one has been taken down. Oh, we have in there the takedown by Jemba against Spade and Seth right now with a three-man team trying to survive this push from all the teams coming from surrounding them. Will they be able to survive and get at least a good placement point at this game?
Goku knows where these guys are. He's gonna go for the push, but 1 versus 2 is not going to be in his favor. Do Easy will survive another day, but at least for Forest Man Expert, they did bow out with decent amount of kills. I believe 6 is the final number. Do Easy will survive with 2 remaining members and 8 kills so far. Almighty have been pretty quiet for game number 5, but they're about to make some noise, and it's gonna be on Blacklist International, who are busy dealing with Zeph. Now they have to deal with Almighty.
Yeah, I mean, Almighty right now needs to prove a little bit, but Batman has been taken down. So we have an opposing team already knowing that this is Almighty near them, and Blacklist International might go in for the push. Now, the grenade has been very popular at this point because the triple kill that we've been seeing earlier, there's a lot of grenade kills in here, and they are just going at it now. Well, there's 3 left. Remember, 3 members left from side of Almighty, and they're just rushing into the circle as we have a few being taken down. JZ, the only one remaining, trying to heal up, going for the healing gameplay and going in the nick of time, surviving at this point.
Oh, Cobra is hissing. He knows that JZ is trapped. He puts up all those glue walls, but what is built can't be deconstructed. And in fact, Blacklist International, they force their way through. JZ, can he really get out? He has tanked the blue zone. So it's either that or Blacklist, and he decides that he's not going to give Blacklist that extra point. Zeph will still have Blade left alive, but this is kind of deja vu. Teams playing a racing against the blue zone. So they put themselves in such a susceptible position as ITX will be left to Shokes, but he knows that he is dead either way, and he will surrender to the game as well. Blacklist International, through all of that, still has the entire team alive, and they're already ready for the next fight. Them sharing the same circle as Wills. Do Easy will be out in 5th place, Fastkill MY in 4th. We're down to the final 3 teams.
And the final 3 teams it is, with Wills in there. Metrics has been taken down. Wills with a 3-man strong team going against Blacklist International. A 2-team remaining have it here at its best. We have a Clanks trying to go in for the Russian backstab, and a takedown has been done. We have Limit on the other hand trying to defend, and Wills will be taken out. Blacklist International is back, and they take this booyah.
Better late than never for Blacklist International, but how did Phoenix not get punished at all? That guy... that was the funniest interaction I've seen. He took a dive, he took a dip in the shallowest of waters. He somehow managed to swim, and he just charged in with the Vector Akimbo of entertaining sight to behold. But for Blacklist International, they would happily take this booyah, especially when they started off the day not on the right foot, but they were able to land without breaking their bones. So this is kind of a tale to tell if you're a Blacklist International fan.
Yeah, I mean, Blacklist International don't just want to take the win. They want to take the win with a little bit things different. But let's see what the hosts think about that fight. So let's welcome them in.
Thanks, guys. Good to be back. Hola. Blacklist are back in, but Group A...
Yeah, we saw more of the same. Kind of what we expected. I mean, just even with Kalahari, the fact that everything was so cagey, everybody's looking more for loot, prioritizing more fortifications and just like a defensive posturing that we had throughout the entire game. I think there was 10 minutes without a single team eliminated, which is the longest that it's been at least all day today. And I think that was bloody heads. Unfortunately, they were the ones with the bloody heads at the end of that one, but they were the ones to be eliminated. But you just saw just how things happen, right? In the sense that like in the next 8 or so minutes, every other team was eliminated. Woos really picked it up. Black International, just really props to those guys because they really needed this match. They needed to get back into it.
Yeah, and I think on the same page as well for Blacklist International, this is what we want to see, but this is also what as a fan of Blacklist International, they will be worried about, because now you've seen them take the glory with this booyah. The next question is, will they keep this up? And most of the time, they have not been able to keep it up. So again, they're kind of back to square one, where they need to demonstrate that consistency before anyone is convinced.
Yeah, that's true because this is essentially their strongest map, right? Kalahari is the Blacklist international map. If they can't win on this map, then it's a little bit worrying. The next map's going to be Purgatory, and we've seen Blacklist really struggle on Purgatory. Neptune, what do you feel like is the team's biggest weakness going into this next map?
Yeah, in Purgatory, they're a little bit predictable because I did mention they always drop into Moat House for the two matches from last week, and also they're only averaging at 3.0 on the kills in Purgatory. So it's a little bit difficult for them. Hopefully they'll be able to change it up with a week of rest that they have, and with other teams that they battled along and the changes that we've seen, hopefully they'll be able to turn it around.
Actually, speaking of stats, hang on, sorry, I'm just going to quickly ask Neptune because he's got the stats. Who has the most favorable stats on Purgatory so far?
Purgatory, when we look at it, well, because of the turnaround that has been done by Argon MY, they are now in like toe-to-toe with PXU Radicals. Both on 9.0 average kills.
Ooh.
Wow.
Yeah, and 8.0 for SAF right there on Purgatory, and the highest for that team as well.
So Purgatory could be the map for Group A, right? Like this could be the time that Argon MY can get the booyah. Fingers crossed.
I think we need to pray.
It's possible.
It's possible. Everything's possible. But I mean, just going back to last week, Danny Lee, you were saying that like Blacklist was had a poor day 2 because they were saving strats, but it looks like they didn't save anything today and they let all on the line. Husky, do you believe in saving strats? And is Danny Lee incorrect for her assessment for that?
I believe so, but I feel like when the whole saving strats is only applicable for probably like the first week, or at least, you know, for a few rounds. I don't think you should be saving it until the very end. I know AJ likes to say this, like he's a firm believer of saving strats. Like he would do anything to justify a team underperforming. He's like, this guy's saving strats. The saving strats for the playoffs. I personally don't think is that case. If you want to save strats, you probably want to save it during the first week, and afterwards you just put everything on the table because you want those points, right? Like, what's the point of saving the strats if you don't even get to show it? You need to qualify to show it, and if you are saving it for the grand finals and you don't make it, then what do you want to do? Celebrate Christmas with it? I don't think that's the best way to
next season.
Next season.
All right, so of course we do need to take into consideration this is the last map for today. Now, teams in Group C, they played an additional game today, so this is going to be their 5th game. Technically, this is all back-to-back. I want to ask you guys, like, after you've played 4 games, have you guys played 5 games of Free Fire back-to-back? Has anyone here played back-to-back games?
I definitely have gone longer than that. I think my longest gaming spree is probably like 7 to 8 hours. So, this 5 games, it sounds okay, honestly, but there's definitely going to be a degree of
when you're playing those games, right? Like when you started to play that 5th game, did you start to feel like you weren't thinking straight because you're tired?
I guess
or you maybe
depends,
like
right?
played so many games that you just can't focus?
Like if I'm on a losing spree, then yes, I would feel very distressed. I would want the wins, but if I'm doing okay or if I'm winning, then it's a completely different feeling. I think it comes down to the results, right? That the result really speaks a lot of how you want to approach or how you go into the next game. If you're winning, you will feel good, you'll feel confident, but if you're losing, you would start overthinking of what should I do better and how do I not get knocked out early on.
Neptune?
Yeah, I mean, it's a good point that Husky just mentioned. If you're really losing and after a few games, I think you just want to just let it go and not play anymore. But that will depend on the team as well. You might have lost, but the chemistry of the team that you have is that good that despite of losing a match, you're still all smiling and just like wishing everyone GG, well played, and just move on to the next match.
Okay. So we've got the standings here for Groups A versus C. This is our second last match of the day, and I have to say I'm pretty happy with Do Easy because we've seen Do Easy sort of lagging behind in that first week, but to see them grab 15 points here, Is anyone feeling like Dewey's is gonna have to pull off a really late series comeback? Is that what's going on here?
I think I I want to say yes, but at the same time it feels...
I sense hesitation.
yes. I am honestly hesitating because I think Do Easy, they were here, right? This is definitely not their first rodeo. They were here previously, and the last MCP they got 5th place in the group stage, and then they were dead last in the grand finals. So right now it feels like we're looking at the Do Easy from the grand finals. The performance is just not great. In fact, the total score that Do Easy had to go through was kind of a negative 12 because they were penalized during the grand finals as well. I think it was a no-show for the last match, which was not the best outlook for the team. So if there's anything, I think Do Easy now need to really step up, because judging from their track record, I don't think people are gonna feel too confident supporting them if they don't put out insane numbers.
But you're starting slow, right? You got to build that foundation. 9 kills goes a long way in terms of building that, sort of stability and consistent that we keep talking about. But it's one of those moments where, hey, if you can continue to get kills, the placement things will just naturally happen, right? You just got to outduel people, make sure that you win those team fights that you can. You could choose, and you try to worry about the things you can control, right? Not the things you can't. So this is one of those moments where you're looking for kills. You just try to find out what you can do. Continue to ride that momentum train. Hopefully you get another great match 6, which is coming up. But Neptune, what are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I mean, we've seen a lot of teams just move up for one round and then lost it for the next. We have, hopefully Dewey's is not doing the same thing, and this is their what I call their momentum, their the start of the momentum. But we're going into the last game of the day, and this will just carry over. Hopefully it carry over into tomorrow, because that whole break time, it might change everything after that.
Yeah.
All right, team.
Yeah. I think for Do Easy, this feels more like a downgrade from what we've seen them previously, because previously they had a really solid league stage run, and obviously they went through a bit of a roster change. They maintained 2 of the members from the previous roster, which is Abayet and Jembao, but the disparity between their performance then and now is definitely a downgrade for sure. I think Do Easy have a lot to work on with this roster.
All right, team. So we're on the home stretch for today's games. This is our last game. I want your final predictions before we jump into the game. Who's taking it? Who's taking it?
I'm gonna go as far as to say I think Argon MY has the best chance. Fingers crossed, just like you. I hope they make something happen.
All right, I think in terms of Group A, Tactical Intex, I think they really need a good round. I expect big things in this one for them.
Yeah, I mean, Tactical Intex is doing well, but just basing at the numbers, we might be seeing, Argon and MY might be moving in here for that purgatory win that they usually get, and Metrics also might be moving up.
All right, I'm gonna put all my money on Do Easy. I'm going all in. I'm going Dark Horse. All right, guys, good luck. Take over the game. GG, have fun.
All right, so Purgatory it is, and an early engagement. We have Argon and Enigmax right now already on top of each other. We have in here, we just called in Argon together with the rest of the teams are just, we're missing some of the cover here, but I know that it's in there. Bloody Heads right now is also on this area. This is their usual landing and camping ground, Husky, and don't you think they will be a little bit vulnerable at that point?
Yeah, I definitely feel so. I think open ground in Free Fire is just a no. I mean, it is insane, right? You think that there's gonna be some sort of way to survive in an open area, but in Free Fire that is just a death sentence. I was about to say, when we see this action, I thought that Argon MY they have transcended. They are walking on air. I mean, true to your hearts, like God is watching this, and he himself is going to be impressed with how Argon and Y is levitating off the ground. But Argon and Y, levitation is not enough. They need to prove that they, is worth the prediction, and they're starting off on the right note because they're down 2 members of EMX, make it 3. In fact, they wiped out Enigmax. We didn't even get to talk much about EMG, but I guess we don't need to talk about them, at least for the rest of the round, because Argon and Y, they didn't just transcend, they have ascended expectations.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen Argon MY did well in Purgatory, and I think this is where they had a lot more experience, and hopefully they'll be able to carry this over on other maps as well. And hopefully their skills, the tactics that they have, doesn't just apply to one map. But we did mention they have a good kill average at this point in Purgatory, and they just showed us that they didn't have to exchange anything from that fight, and was able to eliminate that.
Man, this really stings if you're Animax, already in last place. When we looked at the overall standings by the end of game 4, they only had 37 points. So now, as harsh as it is, we can definitely be sure that Animax by the end of the day probably will still be in last place as the bottom, kind of the bottom feeder.
Yeah.
So that's just first day of week 2. There's really not much that we can say about Enigmax. Just hopefully they bounce back, because like Holla mentioned early on, if you want to, it's like growing up, right? You want to be strong, you need to start young, and Enigmax, they have yet to find a footing.
Yeah, definitely. And Enigmax right now, this is not to put you down, guys. This is to motivate you, because we are calling you out, because at some point, the moment that we call out teams, they just perform, and they show us that, oh, you're wrong. We're here to play the game and reach the top. But speaking of top, we have in here 4X, a man who's already on top of ITX. Now, Tactical Intex doing a great job on this day. Will they be able to keep this up as they go against one of the top teams on this league? We have Argon once again going in for the battle. They are here for blood, and like I mentioned earlier, Fast Kill MY has been decimated, and they're still 4 men strong.
Oh my goodness, what is happening? I mean, Argon and Y, they heard it. They heard us. They heard what we're saying, and they're relentless. Last round of the day, and they come out and do this. This is what we love to see, the surprises. But Tactical Intex, not having too much of a comfort with 4X-Men Expert pushing upon them. Tricks will be the first casualty for ITX, but they don't really have any room to run, because they are stuck in this Mexican standoff between them and 4X-Men Expert. And in fact, 4X-Men Expert will go for the push forward, and they will isolate the members of ITX. Shooks only gets 1, but he'll be swiftly taken out. And ITX, they only have being the last man alive, and he is out.
Yeah. I mean, I think it's the split that has been done by ITX. They weren't able to regroup, and there you go, the elimination by Tactical Intex in there, or ITX, by 4X-Man Expert. And 4X-Man Expert, yeah, they did a great job in there for a few days, and they're still showing it right now. Tactical Intex might have lost that chance for this match, for the last match of today, but they've shown us earlier that they have what it takes. They are getting all those kills, and probably move up on the upcoming days.
If this is what the beginning of round 6 looks like, I am very optimistic to what we will see for the rest of the round, because Group A, they have awakened, at least so far, for Argon and Y, and to a certain extent, 4X-Men Expert, these guys have kind of rose up to the occasion. At least you want to close out the day on a good note. But I believe Dan Lee also mentioned Do Easy, right? We haven't seen much of them, and they also haven't really shown much of themselves to us. But if Argon and Y can do it, I believe Do Easy can also show us something special. But will they find a chance? This could be just that.
Yeah, well, we'll have to find out if they were able to take over I would say their curse of purgatory, because they are not really doing well in purgatory at this point for the side of Do Easy. And here we go. Hopefully they'll be able to come back, but they are going against Wheels right now. One has been taken down. Jembal has been picked up, and they need to back up a little bit, get a little bit of cover in here now to be out in the open. Though there are some glue walls, but basically it will be taken down later on. And if they will be going against them, they need to be on a cover. But here we go. We have a push right now, and we were just blinded. Everyone has been blinded. The Wills right now slowly being taken down, but Embalor going in for those kills as well with the shotgun, and Sia is now down. We have Bayets in there. Ipan and Sia has been revived as well as a three-man team, but Wills has been eliminated. I think this is a comeback once again by Do Easy.
Well, they lose one, but the hold from Do Easy was amazing. I mean, Wills, they did not want to let Do Easy walk out of there alive, but Do Easy with a good punish. It's just that the player around the walls, I think Do Easy, they completely isolated all those fights. They forced Wheels. Wheels were the aggressors, and they forced Wheels to really, overstep. And Do Easy with that, even though they suffered one death, it was all worth it. They eliminate one of the front runners from Group C. They will put them in a better position to contest the other teams as the round goes on. We still have 8 teams left, and it's only 8 minutes in. This feels to be a very fast round so far.
Yeah, a quick turnaround when it comes to pace compared to the previous round, and I think a lot of teams are excited to end this and see where they will be landing after this day, and hopefully not too excited to be eliminated earlier. But we have some teams in here who's already out. 4 teams are being eliminated, and surprisingly, Wheels is part of them. Almighty right now is in here trying to go against Argon, which we are thinking will be dominating here, but Almighty still surviving with 4 members. 2 has been taken down from side of Argon, MY, and 1 is just rolling in there, and I think just trying to get away at this point, and Almighty might have dominated this area. Argon, MY, how are they going to respond?
I'm stunned. I'm temporarily stunned. That was a very weird move from Argon and MY. They probably did not know that Almighty was setting up an ambush, but they just drove into the entire squad of Almighty. Well, thankfully they only lost 2 guys, so there's still a chance for Argon and MY, but this also dampens their ability to be aggressive. Right now you don't have the ample firepower to take on full squads, which most of these teams, they're pretty much still intact. Zeph being the only exception with only 3 members in this game. Do Easy as well. They lost Jembao early on, but everyone else is still pretty much intact, all of their members alive. So Argon and Y, they now have to switch from an aggressive approach to a more passive and reactive approach.
Yeah, and it might dampen their scores as well, because they won't be able to get that much kills. But yeah, placement might also play a good part if they play this wisely. With the 2 members that they have, change of pace. Yep, it has been seen from a lot of teams recently. But Seth right now, this is a team that also needs to move up. So far, Purgatory is another. Well, when we look at the team's movement in maps, Purgatory is one of their best map, or the second best map for Seth squad, but not too much, as they're still in there, not to on the top half, or I might be mistaken, but they need to move up further onto the game.
And Metrics also have the same idea in mind, because they are challenging Bloody Hit, probably the one team in Group A, at least at the start of the major, that people put a lot of attention on because of how, because they were here in the previous major compared to a lot of other teams who probably just qualified. And Bloody Hit, again, they do have that talent, but I think the problem is just how they approach most of the rounds in general. They were notoriously awful when it comes to placements. They were either the first team to get knocked out, or at least the first 4 teams previously. And even right now, that hasn't changed too much. We did see a bit of improvement, but there's a lot to be desired, a lot more to be desired. And you just feel that urge, right? When you watch Bloody Hit, you know that there's something there, but they're not showing it, and it can feel a bit frustrating.
Definitely. I mean, well, I'm thinking, would it be the pressure that Bloody Head has because of what has been happening every time that they jump into the majors, and it's just the pressure that they have that they were doing good, but lately they're not really performing, and that pressure plus the expectation by the fans, by the teams in here, and us as well being pointed out that they have the potential but not really releasing that. Would that affect a team?
I think I think it's definitely going to have some implications to a certain extent. But I feel like um I have talked to players regardless from other titles as well, and I
Mm.
asked them, how do you respond to people who criticize you online, or you just point out that there's a lot more that you can do in these games, or there's a lot more potential. Some players, they just block out the noise and do your best. And I do
Mhm.
agree, you can take in the good criticism, you take the good and you leave the bad out. But at the end of the day, you just need to know how to handle those noises. You need to block out all those white noise, all the distraction, and just focus on your game. Because end of the day, you are the one who knows how to play your style the best. I think Bloody Hit, they know how to do it. It's more of the execution of it that has been bothering a lot of their supporters, in the recent times.
I see. Well, I think it's more of self-awareness. If you're aware that this is what you need to do and you don't have to think about anything else, well, in this case, probably just the team and your chemistry, communication between each other, then they might be able to move forward and show us what bloody heads really mean. But they are now in here getting into the next circle. They're just in the edge and might be gate kept later on. Argon MY, the Soul, the two remaining members just driving along the speed that we're seeing right now. I think they will be ending up in the middle, hopefully not taken out that easily, as the rest of the teams are just rushing in to that next circle.
Yeah, Argon and White, they are just beelining for the center. And it looks good, but I think they have been spoiled out. In fact, they are now surrounded by a lot of these other teams. Bloody Hit, for some reason, when Bloody Hit plays a very fearless game where they just shut off their brain and go in for those pushes, they actually perform
Mhm.
well. That was, the previous major. And I wonder if maybe being a bit fearless is the recipe for Bloody Hit's success, because it seems like in the previous major that we saw them, when they just go in for those kills, they are actually taking out the front runners, teams who are in the top 3. So
Yeah.
despite this being a new roster, I feel like that persona of Bloody Hit might have still have a bit of remains within them. And it's just a matter of time before we see that. But Almighty, though, they have Zeth in their crosshairs, and Zeth, they're not looking too hot.
Yeah, Seth right now will be gatekept as Almighty right here with Batman on that sniper trying to go in against Lavitz. Lavitz is just trying to hide out and will be attempting a grenade hit, but no, will be short. We have Set Squad in here slowly being taken as they go in for the push. We have Type 64 right now trying to go in for the defense, but the comeback on grenade coming from Batman in there, switching over to Bloody Heads, and no! Gryfo will be hit in there, and they are being taken down one by one in this fight.
Wow, is he really gonna do this? He goes in, he becomes a brush and no one sees him? He's running around like that, and you shouldn't be allowed, as somehow he's navigating around this entire fight while his team was being taken out. So now he has to deal with the remainders of his enemies all alone. But can he do this though? Metrics have Bloody Hit in their sights, and I'm not sure if that was the best approach. But if you're a Metrics, you're gonna be happy with that, because Bloody Hit looked really confused.
Yeah, I mean, there's a little bit of disarray from the tactic in there. Probably they went in for the push against this compound, not necessarily metrics, and was surprised there's a team in there, and yep. Havoc just went around. Blacklist International, a good placement in there on the high ground, just on the bridge, and they just have a view of 4X-Men and Dweezy as well. Hopefully, they'll be able to take a few shots, or probably they'll be able to do it when they're close enough to the next circle.
Yeah, and I just like this view of Blacklist International. Like, they have a bird's eye view of everything, but now they decide that they need to go jump down, but like you mentioned, they are gonna be approaching multiple teams, and in fact, look at this bird's eye view. We are getting a clash, pandemonium across the map. Blacklist International, they will make their presence known immediately by going in on the assault and on to Do Easy, and Do Easy, they are immediately out. But Forex-Man Expert, they're recuperating inside the building. Blacklist International, they're not gonna let Forex-Man Expert have that opportunity to even recover. Those duos will buy a bit of time, but Blacklist International, they are ready and waiting. And Forex-Man Expert, they are living on borrowed time.
Yeah, I mean, this might be the end of Forum X-Men Expert if, just in case, Blacklist International just find that that moment, that opening for a grenade. But no, they are defending themselves that well. Argon MY, on the other hand, will be taken down in there by Almighty, and Almighty on the other side of this map is also getting closer into the mill. Now we have a Cobra right now going in for the flank. I think this is a good tactic. Who will be able to go in, and we have a battle going on the other side.
Oh, he saw Spade. He blew himself out with a grenade launcher, but thankfully, his team is there to bring it back up. You have to be careful with that weapon. I mean, it is a good weapon, but you don't want to use it right in front of yourself. And he does it again! Oh my goodness, Spade, you can't let it keep happening. And because of that, there's no third chance as Blacklist International. They're going to use that opportunity to push in. Forex-Man Expert found themselves in a horrible spot. And Spade, 2 times in a row, he come to kamikaze himself. And now Forex-Man Expert, they are out, and we're down to Almighty, Blacklist International, and Metrics. 3 teams with 11 total players left alive. This is going to be a bloodbath.
Yeah, definitely a bloodbath indeed. And Almighty right now is just hanging by on the other side as Metrics is right in front of them. So we have JC, and we're not seeing grenade hits from either team. So I think they already lost them. But here comes the circle closing in. A lot of teams will be squished in together. Who will take this fight, and who will take this booyah, Husky?
It's going to be Almighty on our screen. They're putting up the kill. Shira is down, but Batman, he's running into the center with Blacklist International just pummeling through everyone. Can Almighty do this? He's the last man alive. Almighty turns around, and I think they've done it. They have done it, and of course, it is the DC hero Batman who is going to clutch it out. Almighty with the booyah to end the day, and we have waited a long time, but they have rewarded the faithful.
Yeah, I mean, Almighty is in there. I would say they were a little bit behind compared to the rest of the group, but they are in here proving that they can get a booyah. Jen, Shira, and the rest of the teams in here getting that booyah, the last round for this day. Let's see what the host thinks about this match. So let's invite them in.
I had a bit of a heart attack at the end there. My God.
It's crazy. That's what we expected from Purgatory, right? You're going to see a lot of action in the end, just kind of even from the beginning, it was just like nonstop action throughout. I think the biggest surprise was Woo's getting knocked out early at 9, but Batman really pulling it off for Almighty. And maybe I read the comic books incorrectly, but Batman's not supposed to kill anybody, but he ended up getting 4 kills in this one. What happened there, Husky?
Desperate time calls for desperate measures, and I think Batman has embraced it over 2 seasons of the Major. He has to do something, right? But I think other than Almighty stepping out, we did see Argon MY putting on a spectacle despite them not getting the booyah. This was still definitely a better round for teams like Forex-Man Expert and Argon MY, just based off how they started the round.
And Neptune, were there any surprising moments in that round that you feel needs to be talked about?
Well, not surprised about how Argon MY went in on the start of that match, because I expected them to blast off. It's just that their elimination in there, probably they were caught off guard. What we've seen earlier, 2 members was eliminated in there and only left with 2, and they just head into the middle of the next circle. They're in a vehicle. They will be spotted and they will be taken out sooner. But yeah, that's a surprising bit. I'm expecting a little bit more from Argon MY at that point.
I think Tactical Intex. Oh, sorry, go on.
Sorry, I think the unfortunate one was Forex Man Expert. I don't know if our highlight guy caught it, but Spade blowing himself up 2 times was definitely the undoing of that team towards the very end. They were actually in a decent position to hold back Blacklist, and I think to a certain extent they could have had a chance, but no, careless mistakes, it happens, and it's just very unforgiving, right? I think Spade must be kicking himself after that.
Actually, it makes you wonder, is it Spade that blundered, or was it maybe Glue Walls actually sending back the grenade towards him, right? Because we didn't get to see it firsthand. It was just like, oh, in the kill feed, Spade did this. It was a little bit strange, but yeah, because I have to say, going into that late game, yes, Blacklist didn't win, but I felt like the way that they entered the late game, it was very tactical, very surgical, right? Like they came in from the bridge. No one was expecting them to come in from the back lines. They shredded Do Easy. Sad times, I was hoping Do Easy would win. They just came in from the back lines and they just started shredding teams. So could it have just been Blacklist that was like, oh, no, you want to play tennis? It's okay. Your turn. Here. You can have the ball back.
You're giving Spade the benefit of the doubt. I'm going to go the other way and just say that was a complete blunder and made a mistake, right? Because at the end of the day, you're firing the shot. You should know a little bit better. If this is real life and you end up blowing yourself up, that's on you, right? Especially with a grenade launcher like that. I think Blacklist, the biggest thing, was, at least for me, was that in the beginning of the game, they played very tactically. They were very, very, very comfortable in the sense of just staying on the high ground, making sure that they had the vision, understanding where everybody was, and they didn't put themselves at risk because they were looking to just end strong, make sure that they had a pretty good placement. So in terms of saving strats today, there was none of that by Blacklist. They went all in today, and they were looking for points, and they got them.
But the question is, are there enough points today?
Should be enough to put them on the board. I think across more, I believe 9 months or 6 months, we saw the transformation of Blacklist International as a team, because this squad has been around for as long as I can remember. Even before when they were called Blacklist International back in the Baby Argon day, they were known as a very aggressive team. The Cobra was the guy. Every time we talk about Baby Argon, it was always about Baby Cobra. He is the superstar. He's going to be the guy that carries the team. When they got picked up at Blacklist International, they still maintained that aggression. But going into FFMC, they started becoming a bit more tactical. And I think this transformation is very apparent throughout the entire year. I'm just not sure whether that is a completely positive for Blacklist International. But so far, I think it is a good change. I prefer them to be a bit more thoughtful of their approach instead of just running at the enemies.
Neptune, do you have any final words about our last round of the day before we take a look at the brackets?
Yeah, I mean, still a lot of surprises have been made. Not really fully disappointed. I want to be surprised by the teams. I want some teams to really pop off on this game. And well, unfortunately for some of the teams like Enigmax, who's failing to move forward from the bottom of the ranks, I just wish best for them in the upcoming days.
Yeah, it's going to be hard, and I think it's going to be... I'm hoping that the Group A guys, maybe they're like, they want to be, take a little bit of a breather. They don't want to have that break in the middle. I mean, it's kind of awkward having the first games and then the end games, you have a bit of a break. Whereas the other teams, they just kind of consistently play those 4 games throughout their day, right? So they just get it over with. So I'm hoping that the shakeup does change it up a little bit. But that said, Group A, I'm trying to give you the benefit of the doubt. Unfortunately, this is as much as I can do right now because you really need to step up your game. This is only day 3. And yeah, we have a couple more days to go, but right now, you don't really have a whole lot of time moving forward.
Yeah, personally, I just feel like it's the group distribution that's really messed up with Group A. It really feels like it because you just have this itty bitty Group A, and then you pair them up with Big Brother Group C, Big Brother Group B, and it's like, when does the little guy get to play? No, the little guy plays with the big boys.
Yeah, I mean, all the teams in Group A right now are teams who qualify from the qualifiers. There's no direct seeding, so that kind of gives us an indicator of what Group A is made up of. But you look at the score disparity in the overall rankings later, you will feel scared as well. I mean, I did not expect such a huge difference in the second week already.
But look at the standings now. This is going to be for match 6. Look at those 11 kills by Almighty. really stepped it up. Batman was a huge part of this. He was your clear MVP. Blacklist International, though, did get 7 kills. They didn't have any kills going in, I think, close to the 6th or so circle. So they pulled off a lot towards the end. And Argon Malaysia, man, don't say no to
Ooh.
these guys. You got to keep these guys on your radar because they can get kills. They are mechanically sound. Just today, they didn't have the greatest of days.
Yeah, we didn't really get to see Argon MY perform today. But today's not the do-all, like, it's not the end-all be-all so far for the league. We still have another day tomorrow, and then if tomorrow is not their day, then we've got a couple more weeks to go. So it's not the end of the world for some of these teams, but some of these points are really starting to matter because teams are building up a lead. And the scariest thing is, what's the limit? Like, how much of a lead does someone need to make until it becomes an impossible dream to be top 12?
I think so far, at least, the race for top 12 is still alive. But
Yes.
but we can definitely be sure that, if you are in the bottom 6, the last 6 teams, getting first place is impossible. I think the next goal is just to make it to top 12 because I think the last time we look at the overall standings, the disparity between first and last place between, I believe, SAF and Enigmax is 140 points, and today is just day 3. That is insane.
It is a lot, and I do want to take a look at the overall standings when they're ready, because what's the gap now? Like, what is that? What's the limit for that 12th place? What's the limit for first place? And then, like, what's the battle looking like in the middle of the bracket? Because we always talk about the very top, who's getting first. We also talk about who gets that 12th spot, but then what's it looking like in the middle? Like, is the middle of the bracket reachable for some of these bottom teams? Is it unreachable now? Like, what's the story? I'm really interested to seeing, like, how it's developed, and I do believe it's ready. So let's take a look at the overall standings. Ooh.
I mean, across 2 rounds, Enigmax only got 1 point. It's like, I mean, I hate to say it, but 37 to 38 is it's not good at all.
This is
They've had
after
what?
3 play days too, if you think about it.
Yeah, that's like 12 games and you're only getting 5 kills. Usually that's not a good day that you're going to have. But I think we need to start segregating the teams into different tiers, right? SAF, AKO, PXG, Blacklist. Those are your kind of probably your top tier types. Probably SAF is kind of running away with it. But I think that, top 3, top 4, you could have a little bit of a competition. It's where everything else is like 4X Men. I mean, there's a little bit of a drop off there, but you're going down to the 12th place, which is 80, right? That's like a 50-point difference. That's definitely reachable. So this area is where things are going to get most competitive. Do Easy, Cannot Brain, and Zeth, they definitely can reach into the top 12, but they need to really step it up. Like, they don't really have a whole lot of time now to be making any sort of mistakes.
Yeah, but then there's also something to be said about that gap between 12th and 13th, because down here points are much more scarce. And if you think about it, this is a 12-point difference. Like, how often is Dooweezy going to be able to just make those 12 points easily in a day? It's a very rare occurrence for the team. Same thing could be said for Cannot X-Brain. I mean, they're technically in the running, but we've seen Bloody Head start to show improvement. So if Bloody Head improves, so if Tactical Index is improving, like, what happens to these teams in the bottom of the bracket? How do they even catch up?
They got to get it through kills,
Yeah.
right? They just got to get more kills. They got to play a little more consistently. The thing is that whatever you're doing right now doesn't work, right? You need to change it up. You need to figure something out. You got to be looking at third party more. You need to be getting into it. But Husky, I think you want to add something on?
Yeah, I mean, first of all, is if across 12 games, if your average kill is not even 1.0, that is something that you need to look into. And also, seeing Bloody Head in top 12 is definitely something refreshing. I think they've
AJ
gone
will be
through a
pretty
lot
happy.
of. Yeah, AJ will be really happy. I think I feel really happy as well. They've gone through so many. We scrutinized them so much. We've criticized them a lot. We gave them praise because only towards the very end of the last MCP, because they were the one messing up the top teams. But now they're doing the right thing. They are making it into top 12 themselves, and that itself deserves a lot of praise.
Neptune, do you have anything you want to mention about the brackets? Like, how do you feel about the scoreboard so far?
Well, with the scoreboards, I think the reason why we haven't talked in the middle part of the leaderboard so much is because it keeps changing every time, and it's those consistent on the top are there, those consistent at the bottom are there, and I think it's more of those who will be dropping in on the top 12 that's really important. So yeah, they are aiming in from those prize pool that was mentioned earlier, but yeah, it's still the top 12. Those who will be able to get into the finals will be what matters at this point.
Yeah, it's like you don't have to be faster than the bear. You just need to be faster than your friend, right? So it's one of those things where just getting into it. But this is going to be the last code of the day. Go take a screenshot. Again, share it to your friends. Make sure you redeem it. This is going to be the last one. This is the Valentine's Day gift that we're giving to you. So happy Valentine's Day. It's a little belated, I know. I feel like this is real life in the sense of me and my gift-giving timings. But nonetheless, we have it. Feel free to just redeem that skin. Pass it along to your friends. Make sure they get it. Not first come, first serve, but anybody can get it. So feel free to redeem it. Make sure you do so quickly because the stream will about be ending very soon.
How'd you like them donuts?
Why you gotta go there? Why you gotta go there? But if you're looking at the other teams, honestly, the bottom 6, as long as they're avoiding donuts, right? I think that we need to come out with some better saying because I know you don't like me even referring to donuts in a negative connotation, but I think that it needs to be said where, hey, you just can't be the bottom. This is unacceptable at this point. Figure out some way to survive. You know what I mean? Like maybe you drop in a different place. Maybe you figure out something out. But whatever you're doing, not working, figure it out. You have another week, you have another 12 hours or so, or 24 hours before you play again. And we're going to be up to day 6 tomorrow.
It's crazy. It's already day 6. You know, I think the bottom line is just you can be in last place, but you need to make sure that the disparity isn't that huge, right? The issue arises when you finish in last place and over a course of a few rounds, suddenly the difference is 50 points, 80 points, and in this case, even getting to top 12 feels like you need to spend a whole day catching up. So what if you have a bad day? That's gonna make it almost impossible.
Alright team, so I do believe we're almost done for today. Do you have any final words before we close out the broadcast in anticipation for tomorrow's games?
Group A gotta step up.
Yeah,
that's
definitely.
that's what I have in mind right now.
Agreed.
Yeah.
I don't think there's anything else to say. I mean, it's you got to make it competitive. You got to make it fun, right? And so Group A really needs to step up and make sure that we have those entertaining matches. Because if not, you're just feeding the bigger teams.
Yeah, and a few points for the teams as well. We did mention about doing your homework. So if we can do and find out where you're dropping and how to take you out, like on our talks, not literally into the game, but yeah, you can do as well. So hopefully you do that with the remaining days, not just practicing but also thinking about doing your homework, studying how the teams are playing, and you might be able to move up a little bit. And we're really excited to see who will be ending on that top 12 as it moves along on the upcoming days. There's a lot of more days coming up for these league stages.
Yeah, I guess the final thing I want to talk about is are there any teams so far that we think is a legitimate contender to SAF? Because it seems this team is untouchable now in terms of points. Like these guys are rocketing ahead, and the points for everyone else, I don't know if there's enough.
AKO and PXG Radicals, I think these are the only 2 teams so far that remotely has a chance, honestly, just based off of numbers.
Yeah, I'm going to go with AKO and I'm going to go with Blacklist. I think I really liked how Blacklist really stepped it up today. I think that they had a good showing. They finished strong. They definitely got themselves in the points. And if you're looking to save strats for the grand finale, I'm all for it, especially if you can get in the top 6 and do that, you're golden.
Yeah, I would say PXG Radicals and Blacklist International. I think there's a lot more that they're hiding from us. Not to go into that conspiracy, but there's a lot more that we like to see, and we are going to see from Blacklist International, especially after what we've seen them after today.
All right, so I guess that's gonna be it for the English panel for the MCP Majors Season 2. Thank you all so much for tuning in. If you haven't claimed your code, claim it now. If you don't know what it is, ask someone in chat. They will be more than happy to help because, of course, our community is all about sharing and caring. But that's gonna be it for us. Thank you so much for tuning in, and we'll see you tomorrow at the exact same time for Day 4 of the MCP Majors. See you later.
We were born for tonight. We were born for this fight. We'll be glorious tonight. We are champions. We'll be warriors tonight. And like warriors we'll fight. We'll be victorious tonight. We are champions. We were born for tonight. We were born for this fight. We'll be glorious tonight. We are champions.
Triple kill. Shut down. Quadruple kill. Quadruple kill.
Dia secepil saja kiranya circle mengecil boleh mengganggu pergerakan mereka dan launcher diberikan sampai berjaya mereka pada Gotan. Itu kita lihat kali ini.
Sedikit lagi.
Berjaya menjatuhkan last minute tu. Ada ke wow. Gila PSP Goku berjaya
Terus oleh pasukan Argon. Kebangkitan yang sangat bergaya ditunjukkan oleh pasukan Argon sekarang ini. 6 kill akan menunjukkan strategi tetapi kita lihat X2 dijatuhkan juga. Dan akhirnya mengenai 3 player full expert dan kita lihat bagaimana Berari menguasai kawasan di antara 4 pasukan Blacklist Cobra telah pun dijatuhkan. Kita lihat 3 Blacklist di depan kawan. Faskil Syah masih lagi bertahan. Cuba depan sekarang ini. Masih lagi di bawah. Sementara itu Hughes sebagai jabatan menyingkirkan Duizi Spade yang sebenarnya berjaya mendapatkan alih terakhir dan memasukkan Duizi terbaik ke-6. 5 squad saja lagi yang tinggal sekarang ini.
Ya, Wheels dan Bloody Head sekarang. Barai double plate dilakukan oleh itu dah knock berjaya dimeratakan Wheels. Berjaya meratakan pihak lawan Bloody Head.
Triple kill. Shut down. Quadruple kill. Quadruple kill.
Dia secepil saja kiranya circle mengecil boleh mengganggu pergerakan mereka dan launcher diberikan sampai berjaya mereka pada Gotan. Itu kita lihat kali ini.
Sedikit lagi.
Berjaya menjatuhkan last minute tu. Ada ke wow. Gila PSP Goku berjaya
terus oleh pasukan Argon. Kebangkitan yang sangat bergaya ditunjukkan oleh pasukan Argon sekarang ini. 6 kill akan menunjukkan strategi tetapi kita lihat X2 dijatuhkan juga. Dan akhirnya mengenai 3 player full expert dan kita lihat bagaimana Berari menguasai kawasan di antara 4 pasukan Blacklist Cobra telah pun dijatuhkan. Kita lihat tiga
Itu dia.
Blacklist di depan kawan. Fakir Syah masih lagi bertahan. Cuba terdepan sekarang ini. Masih lagi di bawah. Sementara itu Hughes di belakang jabatan menyingkirkan Duizi Spade yang sebenarnya berjaya mendapatkan alih terakhir dan melepaskan Duizi terbaik ke-6. 5 skuad saja lagi tinggal sekarang ini.
Ya, Wheels ke belah dia sekarang. Oh, barai double play tadi dilakukan oleh wah, itu dah knock berjaya dimeratakan Wheels. Berjaya meratakan pihak lawan belah dia.